Carolyn, I see there's some chat questions regarding audio. Carolyn, I see there's some chat questions regarding audio.
Hi, sorry. Yes, Connie is our IT person. He is in the background answering all of those questions for us and making sure that people are able to connect, and he's dealing with them directly. I just see Hi, sorry. Yes, Connie is our IT person. He is in the background answering all of those questions for us and making sure that people are able to connect, and he's dealing with them directly. Just see Okay, is everybody ready to start? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our third Good Governance Academy's colloquium on integrated thinking and doing an integrated report. Just a couple of logistics behind the scenes. If you are having problems with your audio, you can always, sorry, am I being heard twice?
Caroline, I am hearing you once, so it should be fine.
Thank you. Right, so you can always connect on a telecon by dialing, those are the South African numbers, on your meeting invitation. You will see that there is the call numbers with your webinar and participant ID. There are also international numbers on your meeting invitation. If you have any audio problems, it's quite useful to log out and log in again. That solves 90% of the problems. If your audio starts getting softer and softer and you use your earphones and headsets, that works quite well. Otherwise, you can also dial in with the dial-in numbers and use the telecon while you're watching online as well. In terms of the controls, if you hover along the bottom, you can see you can chat with friends, and on the chat function, you can raise technical issues as well. The Q&A really is for you to ask questions of the speakers and to interact with the panelists. I will, during the panel discussion, depending on the nature of the question being asked, if the question is quite detailed, I will raise that participant to a town hall or allow them to ask the question in person. During the event and the speakers, we might be raising polls, and there it will pop up on the middle of your screen and allow you to answer the questions, just to add a little bit more engagement in the event. All content will be made available after the event. If you go to the Good Governance Academy website, there is a button called Community. There you can register to join the community. All of those who registered on the event and said that they would like the Good Governance Academy to contact them about future events, they will be preloaded to this platform. There you can find information about the speakers, The presentations will be loaded, the videos of this event, and at the moment the event is being live streamed on YouTube. So that's all sitting under the colloquium. Just a little word about the memorandum. The memorandum of the event will be written up. It's about a week after the event it'll be released, and it'll be sent to all the participating institutions and all the participating members of this colloquium. The agenda, this is me welcoming everybody. I'm going to hand over then to Professor Mervyn King, just with opening remarks. Then we will move to Professor Fiona Robertson on integrated thinking, and then Lee Roberts on how to do an integrated report. We'll have 15 minutes break with people just to have get a cup of tea and have a break. Thereafter, we'll have Mark Hoffman talking about the CFO becoming a Chief Value Officer, and then Prof. Terry talking about the integrated reporting framework. Finally, we'll have a panel discussion with questions and answers, and the panel discussion has a real star lineup as well, with Charles Tilley, the CEO of the International Integrated Reporting Council, Suresh Khanna, the chair of the King Committee, Roy Anderson is chair of various companies, Mohammed Adam is the corporate legal counsel from ArcelorMittal, Pami Natasan as CEO of the Institute of Directors, and Karen Ayrton as an independent advisor at Sustainability Matters. So a real star lineup for today. Thank you very much, everybody. And now at close to 22, I'm going to hand over to Professor King. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for that introduction. Let me tell you something about our program director, Carolyn Chalmers. She's a Master of Computer Science from Cape Town University, and she's the major shareholder and Chief Executive of Candor Governance, which specializes in corporate governance and IT governance. So she has all the credentials to be the program director of the Good Governance Academy. And thank you very much, Carolyn, for all the work you've done. The idea of the Good Governance Academy was formed in my mind and implemented in March last year. The basis being Sustainable Development Goal 4 and Sustainable Development Goal 17. In my various international capacities around the world, I have spoken, lectured at many universities and business schools around the world. And I learned that not every business school views various subjects in the business science cluster in the same way. And I thought these are matters of public interest and they should be shared globally. So I used my international connections, and the support members of the Good Governance Academy consist of more international institutions than national institutions. And what we do after a colloquium is we do a précis of what the speakers have spoken about on critical subjects. Our first colloquium was on value creation in a sustainable manner. Our second colloquium was on effective leadership. And the second colloquium, after it went to the members, so I'll just describe our one international member is the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. They alone have 650,000 members. The other member in the UK of note is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. There's the SAID Business School at Oxford University. There's universities and business schools in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and of course, national universities. So I'm just giving you a flavor. But the précis went to 2.2 million people of the second colloquium. So the Good Governance Academy today I don't want to put fear into the hearts of the speakers, but you're speaking to 1,600 people in 8 different countries. And it just shows the support for integrated thinking and integrated reporting. We thought there were vital governance and business issues which needed to be covered and shared as a matter of public interest from the great institutions and business schools around the world. And um, those of you who know me, I've been in over 60 countries where I've spoken and been to business schools and universities. So I used that international connection to get them to be support members of the Good Governance Academy. Integrated thinking and integrated reporting arose out of when I was chairman of the United Nations on Governance and Oversight. The International Federation of Accountants arranged a meeting at the United Nations headquarters in Geneva. And it was at that meeting, which was held under Chatham House rules, where we had a very candid conversation. And IFAC said, well, having regard to the makeup of the market cap of companies around the world, of which only about 20% was made up of additives in a balance sheet according to financial reporting standards, that it had become clear to IFAC that to do an annual report consisting only of the financials according to financial reporting standards, IFRS in this part of the world, and then US GAAP are the two major standard setters, that it was not sufficient to cause a board of directors to say they're discharging their duty of accountability. And so sustainability reporting started at the end of the 20th century. And I became chairman of the Global Reporting Initiative, which is still the major standard setter on sustainability reporting in the world. But we do have 2 clusters of reporting still, financial, with the 2 great standard setters from the Financial Accounting Standards Board and the International Auditing Standards Board. On the other side, which used to be known as the sustainability reporting side, but today is the ESG cluster. We have the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board of America setting standards on sustainability reporting. We have the Global Reporting Initiative now doing standards. We have TCFD, we have CDP, etc. At the IIRC, whilst I was still chairman, I'm now chairman emeritus, we started the corporate reporting dialogue. The purpose of that was to create a platform to get these major framework providers together and try to see if we could get, for example, one standard of sustainability reporting. So we had the SASB and the GRI talking to each other. So there's that cluster. And then there is the financial cluster. Financial cluster is problematic to everybody present, certainly the chartered accountants present. It is known that the FASB is a creature of statute, and it reports to the Securities and Exchange Commission in America, and they in turn report to Congress. So in order for the FASB to start talking about convergence with the IASB or merger or having a common definition of revenue recognition, for example, it would need an act of Congress. So I and others steeped in the question of governance and business science generally have concluded that that is not a possibility in the foreseeable future. But the convergence on the ESG cluster is a possibility. But once a board has reported and tried to discharge its duty of accountability, one needs an application of mind to take out that which is material in clear, concise, and understandable language. Because IFRS speak has become almost incomprehensible to 95% of stakeholders. And sustainability reporting with all its standards has also become difficult. And in fact, knowledge in that area is being swamped by information. So at the moment, integrated reporting, in my judgment, is critical because it guides the board's collective mind to take out the material matter defined as that which is impacting on the three critical dimensions for sustainable development: the economy, the environment, and society. So in this critical time, and it is a critical time because, as you all know, our country's economy was on its knees when the virus hit our shores. So we are, in fact, in a sea of a double crisis. Our companies, both small and large, are operating in a sea, and I've coined a word called coronanomics in talks I've been giving over the last 5 weeks to illuminate and illustrate that, in fact, boards are making decisions in an adverse economic position, which is getting worse because of the regulations and, of course, the virus itself. So in this coronanomics environment, the name of the game is survival. And although right from the first King report, where we said we couldn't come out with the primacy of the shareholder model, we had to be different because of the political situation in South Africa and the fact that the majority of South African citizens had not been in the mainstream of economies. We came out with a whole new model in the first report, which assumed my name as chairman, the King report. And it was that we said boards should learn and understand what are the legitimate and reasonable needs, interests, and expectations of the company stakeholders, and take all those into account, but then make a decision in the best long-term interest of the company. Now, obviously, there'd be trade-offs between those needs, interests, and expectations. One will be benefited more than the other. But today, boards have to go further in this coronanomics situation. They have to learn not only the needs, interests, and expectations, but the hardships and tribulations that our stakeholders of the company have suffered and are suffering. So there has to be what I've termed an integrated, because you need to think on an integrated basis, the symphony between the resources used by the company and its relationship with its stakeholders. You need an integrated, collaborative, I use that word because it's SDG 17, collaboration, and the GGA is based on quality education, SDG 4, and collaboration with all these national and international institutions I've spoken about. So we need an integrated, collaborative, compromising mindset of boards during this period to ensure that our companies survive. Because when in 2 years' time, approximately, the economy once again starts growing and thriving, we need to make sure that the nucleus of the company is there, because if it goes into liquidation now, the infrastructure would be sold at knockdown prices, human capital would be dispersed, and it would be almost impossible to recreate that company. So the name of the game now is survival, and integrated thinking is going to be critical at this juncture in the history of South Africa and of the world. So I think it's when this was arranged sometime last year that the third colloquium would be on integrated thinking, integrated reporting. We didn't know of the coronanomics situation. Today we do. And integrated thinking has become more critical than ever. So with that introduction, I hand back to Carolyn.
Thank you very much, Prof. King. I think you needed no real introduction as being senior counsel and former judge of Supreme Court and chair emeritus of IIRC. I think as well as the King Committee, of course, and then Professor Wits now recently. So thank you very much for that introduction. I'd like to move to Dr. Fiona Robertson. Fiona's, I'm just opening up, if you want to go to Fiona's bio, it's on the website here. But Fiona really needs not a lot of introduction. She's got a long CV and you can read it here. But I think most important for us today is her position as Associate Director of the Center for Governance, Leadership and Global Responsibility, and specifically her research on integrated thinking and reporting. So Fiona, thank you so much for joining us. We really are appreciative of your time today. Can I hand over to you then, if you'd like to share your slides? Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome from here in the UK. Thank you very much, Mervyn, for inviting me to speak at the third Good Governance Academy event. I'm very honoured. And thank you so much for mentoring me over the past 7 years since we first met in London at the launch of the Integrated Reporting Framework in 2013. Of course, it would have been fantastic to be in South Africa in person, especially as it is a country I love, having visited there some 10 years before. I have many happy memories of the wonderful people, the beautiful scenery, the amazing beaches and the wildlife, the baboons, the penguins. And I was looking forward this year to seeing the elephants, the giraffes and the tigers, but c'est la vie, maybe next year. But it's a credit to the team of the Good Governance Academy that we're able to communicate virtually to a wider audience on the thought leadership the Good Governance Academy has to convey around critical governance issues for societal well-being for our future leaders. Today, I will be discussing the important concept of integrated thinking, and I will highlight why I believe it is an essential tool for the creation of sustainable value. In my presentation today, I will firstly outline to our online audience, hello, the context of the times we currently live in, which I believe are as a result of unintegrated thinking. I will then highlight what I believe integrated thinking is not just important, but also essential for future sustainable development. Next, I will outline what integrated thinking is and how it can be applied in practice. And finally, I will consider the criticisms, the benefits, and what I see as the way forward for integrated thinking. The world appears to be at a crossroads. New technologies are opening up new opportunities to boost economic growth, reduce inequality, and promote inclusiveness. But we are also seeing a world deglobalizing, with civil wars and political populism driving uncertainty about international relations. We have an important choice to make between a more open, inclusive, and interconnected world and one that is closed, siloed, and unequal. As the world changes ever faster, thoughtful leaders are increasingly recognize that we are not only failing to solve the persistent problems we face, but we are in fact causing them. All too often, well-intentioned efforts to solve pressing problems create unanticipated side effects. For example, growing advances in technology have increased our ability to save lives and create medical treatment for all. But a direct result of this has been increased lifespan and the growth of the population. In the past 50 years or so, the growth of population has boomed and has turned into overpopulation, which in itself causes resource depletion, environmental degradation, malignant diseases, conflicts and war, and rising unemployment. Regarding income inequity, by 2030, the richest 1% will own 2/3 of global wealth. In the UK alone, the 100 wealthiest people today have as much money as the poorest 18 million. Chief executives of FTSE 100 companies pocket an average of 5.3 million each year, compared to £13,662 for someone on a national living wage of £7.20 an hour. And technological advances are replacing tasks previously performed by unskilled workers, leading to unemployment, which further increases income inequity. So our decisions and actions provoke outcomes we did not foresee. Today's solutions become tomorrow's problems. Today's challenges, overpopulation, pollution, societal inequity, are the results of systems that we have created. They are the unanticipated side effects of our own actions, side effects created by our inability to understand and to act in compatibility with our long-term goals and aspirations. To address this, integrated thinking helps us expand the boundaries of our mindset, helps people and organisations see themselves as part of a larger system, so that we become aware of and take responsibility for the outcomes created by our decisions that shape the world in ways large and small, desired and undesired. If you ask people to name processes that strongly affect human welfare, but over which we have no control, many people name the weather, echoing Mark Twain's famous quip that everyone talks about the weather, but no one does anything about it. But today, even the weather is endogenous. We shape the weather across the globe, from global warming to urban heat islands, drought to flooding, the Antarctic ozone to the Asian brown cloud. For those who feel that global warming, the ozone holes and the brown cloud are too distant to worry about, consider this. Human influence over the weather is now so great that it extends even to the chance of rain at the weekend, according to research by Sir Venian Bolling, who demonstrated that there is a 7-day cycle in the concentration of pollutions around the eastern seaboard of the United States. Pollution from cars and industry builds up over the working week and dissipates over the weekend. Since there are no natural 7-day cycles, they suggest that weekly forcing by such pollutants affects cloud formation and hence the probability of rain. The data shows that the chance of rain is highest in the weekend, while on average the nicest and driest day is Monday, when few are free to enjoy the outdoors. Not many people understand that driving that big SUV to work spoils their weekend weather plans. To try and tackle climate change and other societal and environmental issues, the parties behind the formation of the International Integrated Reporting Council undertook the initiative to drive integrated thinking forward, with a vision for a world in which integrated thinking is embedded within mainstream business practice, facilitated by integrated reporting as a corporate reporting norm. In 2019, around 2,000 listed companies in over 70 countries are using such an approach for their reporting, and that number is growing. According to Judge Professor Mervyn King, integrated thinking is the revolutionary immensity of the IRRC. The globalization of businesses, which has occurred over the last few decades, has made many companies more powerful than some national governments. Globalization has made it easier for companies to exploit cheap labour, plunder natural resources, and cause serious consequences for the natural environment and human health through pollution. But that is changing as societies become more informed and less tolerant since the rise of the internet and social media. This is reflected in growing policies around the world relating to accountability and transparency, driven by corporate scandals and failures, as well as the global financial crisis. Hence, there are increasing expectations from society and business to solve their social and environmental issues, such as poverty, societal inequity, resource scarcity, and climate change. Organisations therefore need to understand their place in the dynamic business environment, often referred to as a VUCA environment, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And they need to consider how they will react to these changes in that environment. These changes may stem from technological advances, increasing expectations from key stakeholders, threats to the capitals, the resources on which an organisation depends, or competition in the marketplace. For example, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, people and businesses are now adapting to technological means of communicating, much like today. For airline industries, this may mean less business travellers, including Mervyn, or for universities, this may mean a greater demand for online learning. Organisations therefore may be forced to change in order to survive and remain successful, and in many cases are developing new business models that recognise the need to innovate and do more with less. For example, Coca-Cola, whose business relies heavily on water as a resource, recognised that water was a finite natural asset on planet Earth, so they devised a long-term strategy of reusing, replenishing, reducing the use of, and recycling water. Hence, companies need to be fully aware of their purpose and how they depend on other resources to achieve that purpose. This leads to a consideration of the organisation as a system within the environment, rather than a series of internal operations. The key to regarding an organisation as a system, and hence the importance of the relationships between those interdependencies. So they need to consider interdependencies between one part of the system and another. For example, Novo Nordisk, a leading healthcare company, focusing on the three essential elements of sustainable development, the economy, the environment, and society, led to programs to improve diabetes care in China. According to the company, its programs led to economic gains through enhanced brand, increased market share, and increased sales, while at the same time improving society and the environment through improving physician health education and patient outcome. Of course, companies must still make a profit to satisfy shareholders and to attract new investment to enable it to continue to operate, to pay wages, suppliers, taxes. But the business must also ensure it makes and does not destroy value for key stakeholders and society in the long term, in order to retain its social license to operate. In my own research, based on 36 interviews with senior executives in mainly FTSE 100 companies, several organisations were starting to realise the importance of environmental and societal issues to their business. For example, one executive in the utility sector stated, "Climate change, population growth, all these pressures on society are also pressures on our business. So there isn't really a separation. So to report on them as a whole makes sense." While another executive in the house building sector stated, "I think that the expectations in what companies are doing and saying and how they are behaving in the world has gone far beyond that you are financially viable." The pursuit of short-term profit to the detriment of other key stakeholders can impact on the long-term sustainability of the economy, as well as the organisations that continue to pursue that strategy. It helped create the financial crisis and resulted in $2 billion being wiped off Tesco's value as its profit overstating scandal sent shares sliding, while Volkswagen AG lost almost a quarter of its market value overnight after it admitted to cheating in US air pollution tests for years. Building strong relationships with key stakeholders, such as establishing a loyal customer base, developing intellectual capital through investment in systems and employee training, and managing environmental risks, such as resource scarcity and climate change, tend to fall off the radar when corporate executives think short term, but they are critical to long-term success. Particularly those companies who have used profits to invest in longer-term value creation, such as digital transformation, talent, research and development, and their customer relations, have proved to be more resilient during the COVID-19 pandemic. This longer-term strategy now gives these companies an ability to react in a way that other companies lack. Microsoft, for example, ranked first in the Just Capital Stakeholder Company rankings, is a collaborator in Johns Hopkins coronavirus tracker and is providing teachers with access to training for its Teams program to teach remotely. It can do so because of its business model, but also because its stakeholders expect it to step up in times such as these. Happy stakeholders increases organisational reputation and value. Particularly, the 2016 UK Reputation Dividend Report finds that reputation contributed $790 billion to shareholder value at the start of 2016, which is just over 1/3 of market capitalisation in the FTSE 350. In particular, this report highlighted that the economic impact of corporate responsibility was the highest growth reputational factor, thus demonstrating the importance of clearly showing the linkage between economic, societal, and environmental impacts. Does short-termism destroy value? This question is increasingly debated by leaders in business, government, and academia. Research by Barton, Manika, and Williamson in 2017 tracked data on 650 non-financial US companies from 2001 to 2014, which represented approximately 60 to 65% of total US market capitalization. They used several standard metrics as proxies for long-term behaviour and examined how all 615 companies performed. The results were clear. As these graphs show, the long-term focused companies surpassed their short-term focused peers in several important financial measures: revenue, earnings, market capitalization, economic profit, and gained significantly more jobs. These companies also delivered above average returns to shareholders and had a 50% greater likelihood of being in the top quartile at the end of the period measured. If all US companies had taken a similarly long-term approach, these researchers estimate that public equity markets could have added more than $1 trillion in asset value and additional GDP. Again, the positive financial impacts of considering society and the environment are clearly demonstrated with the SAP, a European multinational software company, who indicate that just 1% increases in human capital in the areas of employee engagement, business health culture and employee retention, and natural capital in the areas of CO2 emissions have significant impacts on their financial value, ranging from $5 million to $90 million. So I believe this quote by Einstein reflects the rationale for integrated thinking, as it really sums up that in a rapidly changing environment, businesses need to think and act differently. Gaining top management support is essential for integrated reporting and integrated thinking adoption. Therefore, successful leaders of the future need to be equipped with the right education and training to ensure that they are able to influence and change the path that people and organisations take, to ensure that future development is done sustainably to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Millennials are estimated to exceed 2 billion around the world, accounting for 27% of the adult population in the United States and 24% in Europe. Millennials make up the biggest generation in US history, even larger than the baby boom generation, of which I am part. Numerous studies have concluded that millennials demand transparency about how the products and services that they consume impact the planet and their own well-being, making it even more important for companies of the future to demonstrate the positive impacts on society and the environment if they want to attract and retain customers, investors, and talent. I'm involved in an Erasmus project called ISSUE, Sustainable Solutions for Sustainability in Higher Education, where a team of universities in the UK, Spain, Hungary, Germany, Finland, and Slovenia have developed training initiatives such as training to implement integrated reporting in universities, which the UK team, including myself, was involved in. And initial reports are starting to emerge. Developing an escape room, which is a spaceship currently under construction in Budapest, and a 21-day challenge initiative based on the Sustainable Development Goals designed to change mindsets. The aim of these innovative initiatives is to inform tomorrow's leaders of the challenges of the future and to equip them with the tools to meet those challenges. Economist Milton Friedman famously stated in the 70s, "A corporate executive is an employee of the owners of the business. He has a direct responsibility to his employers, i.e. the shareholders. That responsibility is to conduct the business in accordance with their desires, which generally will be to make as much money as possible, while conforming to the basic rules of society." At this time, there were no limits to growth, since resources were perceived to be an endless supply, and the planet was expected to cope with the pollution business created, given enough time. Environmental and social issues emerging were judged as being separate to the main activity of the business and were seen as an unnecessary expense towards the goal of creating maximum returns for shareholders. This mindset is no longer relevant to companies if they wish to survive and retain their social license to operate. A company that has a narrow view based on financial capital alone fails to mitigate its risks and realise its opportunities. Organisations are therefore shifting their focus from considering just financial capital, i.e. shareholder value, to shared value based on the premise that sustainable development requires the recognition that the three dimensions of sustainable development, the economy, society, and the environment, are indivisible and integrated, with the ultimate aim for systems value. A shift from a shareholder value model to the system value model, where businesses in no way hinder and ideally contributes to society's progress and future fitness, requires a company to articulate a change purpose to optimize its longer-term sustainable value and to demonstrate good corporate citizenship. A move from a shareholder-centric model that fails to consider the needs of other key stakeholders is reflected in current thinking across the globe. For example, in the US, the Harvard Business Review proposes that the overall long-term health of an organisation must be a priority for companies. They propose a company rather than a shareholder-centred approach to governance that considers a broader and more diverse range of stakeholders, with differing objectives, incentives, time horizons, and preferences. They argue that in a free market system, companies succeed only if customers want their products, employees want to work for them, suppliers want them as partners, shareholders want to buy their shares, and communities want their presence. Figuring out how to maintain these relationships and deciding when trade-offs are necessary among the interests of these various groups are central challenges of corporate leadership. Agency theory's implied decision rule that managers should always maximize value for shareholders oversimplifies this challenge and leads eventually to systematic underinvestment in other important relationships. Again, in the US, the Business Roundtable, an association of chief executive officers of America's leading companies, has agreed to give all stakeholders equal priority in defining the purpose of a company. While in Australia, the Group of 100, which advances the interest of Australian business, asks, should we, not can we, thus advocating the idea of good corporate citizenship. While in the UK, the Financial Reporting Council, responsible or formally responsible for regulating auditors, accountants and actuaries, has revised Section 172, which deals with directors' duties, requiring them to give stakeholders equal priority. They state that 3 issues are important for corporates and underpin what Section 172 is trying to do. Firstly, building trust in business and demonstrating that business is doing the right thing, thus similar thinking to Australia. 2, anticipating and managing public challenge, reputational impact and scrutiny, thus recognise the importance of the link between reputation and value creation. And 3, building and embedding wider stakeholder engagement into decision making, not just relying on a purely shareholder-centric model. All these perspectives are compatible with the ethos of integrated thinking. We're now going to have a poll on how big a risk you believe climate change is to the global economy. Caroline, can you set that up? So if you could just take a minute and consider whether you think the risk of climate change to the economy is going to impact it in terms of billions, millions, thousands, or no risk.
Thanks, Fiona. We're getting a great response here. We've got 40% of the people have answered so far. So
excellent.
It's rapidly coming through. And getting overwhelmingly, we've got most of the votes coming through as being significant risk. Only 16% are at reasonable risk. We've got none for minimal and no risk so far.
Good. So all our audience are well informed.
Yeah, we've been going for about a minute now. We've got 70% of the votes. I think if we give it another couple of seconds, you just let me know when you want to end the polling and I'll give you the final results.
Okay, if you can end it now, Carolyn.
Great. There we go. I'll share the results. We've 83%. Can you see those shared results?
Yeah. Excellent. And it was actually a bit of a trick question because it's actually more than billions of dollars. It is, in fact, trillions of dollars, which I'll explain in the next slide. Thank you all for voting. According to Gleason White, the author of the book Six Capitals, or Can Accountants Save the Planet? Accountants' failure to account for nature represents the biggest accountancy scandal of all in terms of externalities. However, finally recognising the importance of climate change to the longer-term sustainability of businesses and indeed the planet, global accountancy bodies are now calling on the profession to put sustainability and the fight against climate change at the forefront of its work. Signed as part of the A4S Accounting Bodies Network, which represents over 2.5 million accountants worldwide, this collective call to action asks accountants across the globe to commit to a fight against climate change by firstly integrating climate change risk into organisational strategy, finance, operations and communications, and 2, supporting sustainable decision making and providing sound advice and services. However, According to leading researcher Carol Adams, accountants may be hampering long-term value creation through their focus on financial aspects of a business. She asserts that the accountants of today need to acquire greater skills in non-financial accounting, reporting and auditing, and a change in mindset to embrace the wider perspective in business externalities. Companies that focus purely on short-term returns are ignoring the potentially catastrophic systemic risks to the long-term sustainability. The significant damage that climate change will bring, decreased labour productivity, mass migration, the exacerbation of chronic and communicable diseases from higher temperatures, food and water shortages amid drought and desertification, and even worse, physical losses from extreme weather events will cost trillions, so not billions, trillions. Research by Moody Analytics in 2019 into the impacts of climate change found that the global economic damage is estimated to be $54 trillion in 21,000 under a warming scenario of 1.5 degrees and $69 trillion under a warming scenario of 2 degrees Celsius, a threshold widely seen as the limit to stem its most dire effects. Moody Analytics further warns that passing that 2-degree threshold could hit tipping points for even larger and irreversible warming feedback loops, such as permanent summer ice melt in the Arctic Ocean, and predicts that rising temperatures will universally hurt worker health and productivity, and that even more frequent extreme weather events will increasingly disrupt and damage critical infrastructure and property. Since the early 1970s, humanity has been demanding more of the planet that it can renew. Humans currently demand the equivalent of 1.7 planets worth of resources and ecological services, with major imbalances across countries, resulting in a noticeable decline in the world's biodiversity and threatening the well-being of future generations and the planet's stability. Exceeding the Earth's biocapacity is possible only in the short term. Only for a brief period can we cut trees faster than they mature, harvest more fish than the oceans can replenish, or emit more carbon into the atmosphere than the forests and oceans can absorb. The consequences of overshoot are already clear: habitat and species loss, and the accumulation of carbon in the atmosphere. Concerns over climate change, depletion of the world's finite natural resources, and societal inequities which current financial and sustainability frameworks fail to address have been significant drivers for the introduction of integrated reporting as an alternative to existing practices. Integrated reporting is defined as a process founded on integrated thinking, whose definition is here, which results in a periodic integrated report by an organisation about value creation over time and related communications regarding aspects of value creation. This definition highlights that integrated reporting is aimed to be an essential critical tool to embed integrated thinking throughout an organisation, rather than just being a combination of different corporate reports, such as financial or sustainability. In today's world, where the financial and manufactured assets of a business can account for as little as 20% of market value, businesses need to consider a new lens to understand and explain how value is created and how success can be sustained in the longer term. In integrated reporting, rather than using a narrow focus on financial profit, value is created or destroyed over the short, medium and long term through the lens of 6 capitals: financial, manufactured, intellectual, human, social and relationship, and natural, within a company's business model, which represents its chosen system of inputs, business activities, outputs and outcomes. Integrated thinking involves fostering a culture of collaboration and integration between different functions of the business to consider the business model and identify trade-offs between the use of the different capitals in the development of strategy. It is about connecting performance with purpose. It involves identifying, executing, and monitoring business decisions and strategies for long-term value creation. It builds on the need to reconcile competitiveness and sustainable growth within the context of inclusive business models in order to take advantage of the opportunities and face the challenges of the market. Successful integrated thinking requires an appropriate culture, communication systems, and training, which leads to an enhanced understanding of the relationships between the operating and functional units of an organisation. This understanding creates significant cultural changes in attitudes and ways of doing things by facilitating a more productive dialogue between departments that helps break down internal barriers and silos, thus improving decision-making, leading to better performance. Additionally, through integrated thinking, organisational teams may better appreciate and understand the impact of their decisions, behaviour and processes on key stakeholders, other internal units and the organisation as a whole. Integrated thinking has tools that assist organisations in moving from a shareholder-centric model. It involves lateral integration through consideration of 6 capitals rather than focusing on financial capital. It includes temporal integration, ensuring that the focus moves away from the short-term profit to longer-term value creation. It also considers the concepts of materiality, the value chain, and connectivity. For connectivity, it asks organisations to consider how value creation in one part of an organisation may impact value creation elsewhere. For example, saving money and employee training may reduce financial costs and increase profit, but it will also reduce employee productivity, innovation, morale, and employee retention, which could have bigger negative financial implications in the long term. Integrated thinking enables organisations to understand the system in which they operate. The operating context and external factors should define the environment in which the organisation interacts. These include the macroeconomic situation, the availability of natural resources and social capital, market circumstances, the competitive landscape, technology, supply chain, labour conditions, and the regulatory environment. An organisation needs to continually monitor and analyse these factors when defining and fine-tuning its business model. It's important that management takes the lead in providing the required governance and oversight structures, since the integrated reporting concept of value stems from the notion that the interaction between an organisation and its operating environment has become more intense and mutually dependent. An analysis of the correlation, i.e. the significance of the impacts or dependencies between capitals and stakeholders, helps set the boundaries for integrated reporting and thinking, i.e. what to include, exclude in the report and decision making. In addition, by analysing the 6 capitals in such a way, an organisation can enhance the robustness of its stakeholder analysis. An organisation also needs to consider materiality, being matters that can substantially affect an organisation's ability to create value in the short, medium and long term. The Crown Estate, an early integrated reporting adopter, highlighted the link between determining materiality for reporting and managing their business. They stated, identifying material issues enables us to focus our management time and attention where it really matters. It allows us to drive business growth, which, at its core, is sustainable in the short, medium and long term. Integrated thinking allows organisations to identify and test a wider variety of possible outcomes and solution pathways, and expand the choices available to that organisation, and identify the choices where they can develop significant leverage. It helps keep the focus and long-term strategy, which depends on sound management and oversight, nurturing stakeholder relations, investment in technology and people, acting as a good corporate citizen, and the availability of natural resources. Integrated thinking involves dialogue and collaboration, which facilitates changing our thinking to match the interconnected dynamic complexity of our communities and their environment, and changes our behaviour to work with the complex forces in the system rather than against them to realise our vision. It allows us to communicate with others, to create new creative ways of thinking and seeing, to harness social learning process to help us develop a shared understanding and to take action collectively, and to become more aware of the potential for the unintended consequences of our actions. Developing KPIs is also important to allow us to measure our performance, to reach our targets, and obtain feedback and modify as required. In looking at academic literature, several critics argue that integrated thinking is vaguely defined and that it's not clear how the concept should be applied. Also, Feng and others stated there is no consensus among practitioners regarding how integrated thinking works in practice, although I would imagine this will differ according to the organisation and the industry it operates in. Other research highlights the lack of academic studies that illustrate actual cases of integrated thinking, why it takes place, is it developed naturally or radically implemented, and how does integrated thinking, how is it traced through to the actual integrated report. So this highlights an opportunity for researchers to explore these areas. Regarding the concept of integrated thinking, Demey and Dye argued that it will not be easy for integrated thinking to penetrate an entrenched culture, especially at the lower levels, because most companies that take on integrated reporting are most likely successful businesses that are already well managed and transparent. Another issue they highlight that companies with entrenched cultures are difficult to change, or may take a considerable amount of time to change, or may fall under the influence of other external environmental issues. According to Demey and others, one potential failing of integrated thinking is that it encourages staff to think in the same way and focus on the same organisational risks. They consider that this may be an impediment to independent and innovative thinking that can often occur in smaller groups. Hence, one-size-fits-all approach advocated by the IRRC, they argue, may not work, and some functions may function better as independent groups. For example, they state that creating a silo around something like risk management and protecting a company from fraud is crucial to safeguarding its existence. Therefore, they argue it is better to leave these employees to think independently and allow them to focus on protecting the organisation from material risks. To ensure integrated reporting continues to meet the wider goals of financial stability and sustainable development, the IRRC is refreshing the integrated reporting framework, and many of you will have given some input into this process, as did I, and it's ongoing throughout 2020. So I'm sure some of these criticisms will be addressed as part of this process. Regarding advantages of integrated thinking, several academics find evidence that integrated thinking leads to significant internal and external benefits. Internally, it facilitates the breaking down of organisational silos, leading to improved internal communications, greater proactivity, better decision-making, and focus on longer-term strategic goals. Externally, it results in increased trust in key stakeholders, attracts longer-term investors, provides more accurate analyst forecasts, and perhaps as a result of better decision-making, leads to improved financial performance and firm value. I should point out that integrated thinking isn't just for larger organisations. I'm involved in an Erasmus project that is looking at integrated reporting for SMEs. For many countries, SMEs represent the backbone of the economic system, and they can often be important players regarding the well-being of local and regional communities, with considerable potential for employment creation. In 2018, Europe alone accounted for 25 million SMEs, being 99.8% of overall companies, with a level of employment in the private sector that represented 2/3 of jobs and more than 55% of the value added in the EU. Compared to SMEs, the share of large companies was and still is minimal. Additionally, the environmental impact of SMEs is significant, and estimates indicate that they account for 45% of total energy use, 43% of serious pollution, and 60% of total commercial waste. SMEs have inherent characteristics that can allow them to move more easily towards the implementation of integrated reporting. Owing to their very nature, they are rooted in the territory of origin, sharing values and culture with the local communities and stakeholders. They also tend to pay attention to details, thanks to their smaller size, which generally grants a less complex and more agile structure. The frequent presence of the entrepreneur and his or her family in company operations and governance roles may assure a relatively natural application of integrated thinking in the running of the organisation. Additionally, relational and organisational intangibles, as well as human qualities and skills, are basic resources for the vitality and long-term survival of SMEs, so their consideration and value creation is important. The IRRC's Integrated Thinking and Strategy Group has published a new model for integrated thinking. The group, made up of over 50 organisations globally, came together to co-create a common view of integrated thinking that is globally relevant to help build resilient, future-fit businesses. I recommend that you read their 2019 report. It's a great report. They visualise integrated thinking as moving from a single financial string to the 6 strings, the capitals, whose impacts need to be evaluated together. Taken together and over time, the actions of these different strings can create value in new ways, or magnify the value creation process over time, or be scaled back by negative impacts from one of the strings. Visually, if we were to tie the strings together and show their changing impact over time, we could visualise the result as a spring, which represents a proactive consideration of time and causality, allowing the spring to flex and respond more positively and sustainably over the short, medium and long term. The group developed a landscape map of initiatives that relate to integrated thinking to help organisations make sense of this complex environment. And I think they identified 120 initiatives overall. By using credible resources suggested in this landscape map, organisations adopted integrated thinking can come to an early decision on the use of globally accepted concepts, such as the Capital Coalition or the UN Global Compact, that many organisations have found useful to their own integrated thinking journeys. They identify 3 categories of internal challenges to integrated thinking. The first is strategic, relating to company leadership not buying into or understanding the reasons behind a shift towards integrated thinking. So this emphasises the importance of educating our future leaders and also communicating the benefits of integrated thinking, which we are doing today. The second is organisational, which I've touched on previously, relating to cultural challenges such as inertia in moving away from a Friedmanite model that may have dominated thinking for years, or silos that have become embedded into structures, preventing integrated thinking from prospering. So ABN AMRO, the 3rd largest bank in Australia, suggests a just do it approach. Thirdly, The barrier is analytical, which relates to lack of or inadequate data and related systems and processes to support integrated thinking. But we have to remember that it's taken 150 years for systems for financial information to develop to where they are today. So this will be an evolving process. The group provide advice and tips that could help implement integrated thinking based on the experiences of early adopters. For example, ABM AMBRO suggests organisations look for a common language that speaks to your different stakeholders, whereas Solway trained every single board member on understanding and dealing with sustainability issues so that all decisions are intentionally taken with a broader perspective built into them. Finally, the Integrated Thinking and Strategy Group are seeking our feedback to help them review the group structure, introduce new work streams to reflect emerging innovations and identify next steps in the journey. They aim to learn and develop a lot more in the coming year and to share that in a new report at the end of 2020. According to Mark Twain, the two most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. Make sure you make a difference by providing some feedback and be part of making changes that will ensure integrated thinking develops to safeguard our future economy, protect our future environment, and create a better future for us all. Thank you. And I'll take questions now.
Thank you, Fiona. That was great. We've got a couple of questions that have lined up there. And I see Holly Clarkson, you've also raised your hand. If you can use the Q&A and ask your question there. The one I'd like to ask is, I've got two one from Morgan and one from Paul, but specifically one from Oscar. Oscar is asking, is integrated thinking tending towards socialism, democratic socialism, for example? Is it possible to have the conservatives in America provide leadership by championing a process that is counter pure capitalism? Essentially what Oscar is asking, as I understand it, is integrated reporting supportive of pure capitalism, or is it, is it tending towards providing a different model?
A
difficult question.
I never comment on political factors, but I think what it's trying to do is, obviously companies, as I said, the companies have to make a profit, but as well they need to consider the environment and society. So I think it's moving towards, societal benefits, environmental benefits, working together with society and the environment rather than being self-interested, which previously, companies were. So it's moving towards a better world, a better society. How that fits into the political scheme of things, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Fiona. I have one here from Morgan. Morgan was asking the cost related to integrated thinking action. So your slides on integrated thinking action and reportive. So those costs and reporting, those costs may be prohibitive for specifically the SMEs. So small, medium, and micro enterprises. For an SMME, for them to establish their impact on the environment, whether it's negative or positive, they would need resources to make that happen. Would this mean employing another person or part of a person to do this job? How practical is this for SMMEs?
As I said, integrated reporting and thinking is an evolving process, and it takes time and it's gradual. And I think with any organisation, you've got to weigh up the costs with the benefits. But I know many SMEs have found significant benefits, such as attracting the ability to get loans, because it's easier and cheaper to get loans, because they're able to tell their story about value creation. And also I think it helps the SMEs in decision making. So I think when SMEs are looking at whether to progress this, they need to look not at the short-term costs, but they need to look at the longer term value creation.
Thank you, Fiona. One from Rodney. What is the link between data analytics and the integrated thinking? So how is there a link between integrated thinking and data analytics? I think maybe in terms of the verb, integrating your thinking using data analytics. Is it something you can provide us with some guidance on?
Well, I think data analytics are a great tool for which to look at your data and try and look at how different aspects of that data link together. It helps you look at what KPIs are important, how you might monitor these, how you might meet your targets. So, the more data and the right data is always useful for integrated thinking and decision making.
Thank you. I have one here from Edmund Jenica, colleague of mine at Candor Governance. He says, Dr. Robertson, thank you. How do you relate the 6 capitals with ESG? He says, it seems one and the same, but there are fine nuances embedded in ESG, which are becoming more important in integrated thinking and reporting. So specifically, how do you relate those 6 capitals with ESG?
I've actually not really thought about that too much, but the 6 capitals do relate to the economic, the social. The added one, I guess, is governance, and good governance oversees everything that goes towards making a good report and goes towards integrated thinking. So, and I know actually one company, I probably can't name them in my research, that actually named one of their capitals, one of the resources, as governance. So they were moving towards possibly trying to be more compatible with ESG. But governance is important, as are, the capitals that are important, the resources that a business uses. But, they do link together. Maybe there are fine nuances, but I haven't studied that.
Thanks, Fiona. So here's another question about SMEs. And Jonah is saying that he's noticed that SMEs are far more focused on financial capital. And how would you go about changing that, their mindset? So they don't have much that's available, obviously, for consulting services and to pay the bill of, those environmental factors and natural capital, understanding that. How would you go about convincing an SME that they need to consider more than just financial capital?
Well, obviously, SMEs are not regulated, and in the EU, they don't have to conform with the non-financial directive. But I think it's about informing and educating. I know IFAC do a lot of work around trying to promote SMEs, the own work that we're doing. We hope to develop training. So it's about training, it's about informing, it's about communicating the benefits to SMEs and maybe providing some support. But yes, there will be a cost, but I think in the long term, the benefits will outweigh the costs.
Thank you, Fiona. And I think we've got time for one last one here from John. John says, and this is a more difficult one. It's about overpopulation. He says, to what extent should businesses be concerned with overpopulation? And there's a lot of talk about this overpopulation being the root cause of many problems facing society today. How do you feel about overpopulation and addressing that in an integrated thinking, or integrating your thinking way?
I think it's a very serious issue, and it does affect companies because we have a lot of older workers and people that are reaching retirement and maybe working on beyond the years. We're finding governments that can't afford to sustain pensions, and a lot of companies are finding problems with their pensions and maintaining them for people that live longer. with integrated thinking, it does include society, and businesses can take advantage of the older population as well as the younger population, to benefit all. Other problems, what could businesses do? Maybe they need to consider, one of the issues is sustainable cities, because a lot of people are migrating to the cities because that's where the work is. So maybe one thing companies could do, part of integrated thinking, is, well, they could save money by moving out to rural areas, but maybe provide employment in those rural areas to help those communities and build them. So that might be one way of considering integrated thinking, in that you're benefiting a community, you're saving in costs of your accommodation, the place that you work, because you're not paying the rates in the city, and you're benefiting the city community as well, because they are, to say, some of them are going to be bigger than some countries if we don't do something about it. So it's something important and something that does need to be considered.
Thanks, Fiona. I do have another question, if we can squeeze it in. This one is from Maria Kostelak. She's asking, to what degree is the existing economic model behind the destructive scenarios that you've described? To what degree is that model being revised to incorporate systems thinking as part of shifting to integrated perspectives on success and profitability? So essentially moving from growth as a driver to a regenerative economy as a model for the future.
I think the IRRC has done a tremendous job in changing mindsets. I sit on the panel of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, and when I first joined, I think they saw integrated reporting is just something novel, but over time and over the years, it started to become, oh, this isn't going to go away, and this is something that's going to become mainstream. So I've noticed over my time, and I was trained in, profit is good, cash is king. I've noticed that mindsets are changing. The IRRC and other groups are going out there, and also regulation is forcing people to think in a different way. We have the EU non-financial directives, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which are great. And it involves as well teaching in our universities and our higher education, giving our future generations, informing them of what's ahead of them and what the challenges are, and teaching them, good governance. Mervyn talked about you need to move away from self-interest. It's not about self-interest, it's about forgetting self. And as I mentioned in one of the slides, in Australia, doing the right thing, not can we, should we.
Thank you, Fiona. I think if we can get Lee ready to share her slides. Lee, are you ready to share your slides now?
Yeah, give me a moment.
Great, that's fine. Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you very much to Fiona. We really appreciate your time and the presentation, and to hear your expertise on this difficult subject, and to kick us off. It was fantastic. Thank you. To everyone else, I hear there's a few questions that are still open that we need to answer. We'll defer some of them to the panel this afternoon. Also, in terms of lots of questions about CPD points, if you've registered with your institution's name and your number, we will be contacting your institution and letting them know that you attended. Otherwise, if you're looking for a certificate of attendance, just send an email to info@thegoodgovernanceacademy.com and we'll send you a certificate of attendance. So that's in terms of CPD points. But thank you very much. And Lee, over to you.
Okay, morning everybody. Usually I get to train on how to do an IR in a few hours or even a day session. And today it's just 45 minutes, which is probably actually a reflection of the speed of time and change nowadays. Okay, so I'll take you through what I see as the 7 wondrous rules of preparing this marvelous corporate tool, which we call the integrated report. And at the end of this session, I'll give you my views on how I see the integrated report and how it shapes up in this time of crisis. Okay, so first of all, just a reminder of what an integrated report is. We see the integrated report as a jolly fine read. As a jolly fine read, it's concise and readable. So the integrated report is the first thing you should read when you want to learn about a company. It tells you all the material information. So it's going to tell you about strategy, governance, performance, and prospects, and all of that in the context of the company's external environment, because no man is an island. It's all about 6 capitals and value creation. And because it covers multi-capitals, we see the integrated report as the whole of the cake, with financial information just being one slice of the cake, sustainability information, yet another slice, etc. So in this picture here, this singular slice of cake would be the old style annual report with financial information, and it's probably highly indigestible to most people and tending them towards becoming gluten intolerant. Okay, so my wondrous rule number 1, it's as simple as follow the international framework. Honestly, sometimes I think that this framework is a truly divinely inspired piece. So take a thorough read of it. I think that everything you need to know about integrated reporting and integrated thinking is in the framework. There are 3 major sections of the framework: fundamental concepts, which underpin everything, guiding principles, and then there are content elements. The guiding principles tell you what information to put in your integrated report, and the content elements tell you where to put it. The principles and the content elements fall into the framework's 19 requirements, which should be met if you say that your integrated report has been prepared in accordance with the international framework. The framework is accepted around the world as best practice. It currently is a global best practice. It was released by the IRC, which is a multi-stakeholder body. And I see the strength of the IRC lies in its independence and the fact that it is an umbrella body with all detailed information standards and standard setters leading up to the integrated report. So a tip for new reporters is that the IRC of South Africa has developed a very useful starter's guide, and that is available on our website. And a point to note, if you wanted to mention it, the framework is currently being tweaked. The new consultation draft, which is coming out tomorrow, and that's breaking news, it's out tomorrow. There are no major changes in the consultation draft because this wasn't, a thorough revision. It was just merely an update and a tweaking. So the 2 areas that were sent out into topic papers earlier this year for consultation were the board responsibility statement and the improvements in explaining the business model. Now, both of those will be covered in the consultation draft. Consultation draft open for 90 days up until 19th of August and will be available on the IIRC website and the IRC of SA website. So on to my wondrous rule number 2. Understand the concepts. Really take the time to understand the 3 fundamental concepts. They are all connected and everything else builds on them and they build on one another. So see the guiding principles and the content elements as the practical application of these concepts, and they give you a thorough grounding by understanding them. So take the time to understand them. So I want to go through the first one, which is 6 capitals. These have been mentioned before, but I want to make some important points here, points that I think are important to understanding them. See the capitals as a classification system for all the resources and relationships your company uses and affects. Now, when South Africa came out with the world's first discussion paper on an integrated report, we referred to the term resources and relationships. So when it went up to international IRC level, they used our discussion paper as a basis for the international framework, and they didn't really favor the term resources and relationships. They wanted something which I think that they felt was a bit more academic. So they came up with 6 capitals. It is just a classification system. Some people get, a bit hit up about this and see it as a major scientific thing. It's not. It is just a classification system. See them as your resources and your relationships. So it's important to know that the capitals extend to what you own, but also what you don't own as a company. For example, a transport company uses public roads, and hence that is included in their manufactured capital. The second point I want to make is that the definition of each of these capitals that you see here, which is based on the framework, they can be changed. So, for example, you might want to move brand and reputation out of social and relationship capital and move it into intellectual capital, which I think is actually a better placement for it. But if you do change, so if you do deviate from the definitions in the international IR framework, then I think explain that in your integrated report, that would be seen as good practice. A third point I want to make on the 6 capitals is that some companies think that you have to structure your report around the 6 capitals. You do not. But some experienced reporters in South Africa that have been using this structure for their reports say that it's a very good check of completeness. And actually, that is the real purpose of these 6 capitals. It is a completeness check for you to check that you've covered all of your resources and relationships, your uses and impacts in your integrated report. So see it as a completeness check, and they're also used for the other 2 fundamental concepts. So as I see it, all 6 capitals would be relevant and significant to all organizations. Can you really say that water use and impacts is not important? A couple of years ago, some retailers in Cape Town said, well, we're not disclosing, and we don't see water as important because we have such a minimal use and minimal impacts. And then the Cape Town drought hit, and now those companies no longer say it. So I think that every organization, especially in the world that we're living in now, should see as all 6 capitals relevant to that organization, and they should be included in the integrated report. And the 5th point I want to make on capitals is that they're all connected. They are all interconnected. And this horrible virus that we're seeing right now has just reminded us that all the capitals are connected. So moving to the next fundamental concept of value creation. Now, if you don't listen to anything else I say, please listen to this, because it saddens me so much that after 10 years of integrated reporting, there is still misunderstanding of what this is. But watch out for the consultation draft coming out tomorrow, because we have put in there some just improvements to explaining the business model, which hopefully will also address this confusion about value creation. So I want to go through what it is and what it's not. The crux is, it's the effects your company is having on the 6 capitals from just being in existence and selling your products and services. It is the effects on those capitals. when we developed the framework 10 years ago, we unfortunately focused on the term value creation. Now, we did explain in the text that value creation also covers value erosion and value preservation on the capitals, but unfortunately, we predominantly use the term value creation, and I think that's where the misunderstanding has come in. Again, that will be addressed in the consultation draft. So the King IV Code of Governance actually reflects it better, because it refers to positive value creation and negative value creation. So instead of using the umbrella term value creation, it does identify. I think that's quite a nice way to do it. So please see value creation and value erosion as the effects or outcomes on the 6 capitals. They are the same thing. So formula is effects equals outcomes equals value creation and value erosion. Now, some people have stirred the pot recently and said that value creation does not cover the longer term impacts on society and environment, that it doesn't cover the longer term impacts on society and environment. Clearly, those people sitting with their pots on Mars. Effects, impacts, and outcomes are all the same thing. They all refer to the effects on society and environment, also known as 6 capitals. So we're all talking about the same thing here. Moving to what value creation is not. It is not the same as the term stakeholder value or shared value. It is not the same. Why not? Because when those terms appear in company reports, integrated reports, they usually have excluded the negative effects on the 6 capitals. And can a company really say that it has no negative effects? So because they're so focused on talking about shared value and stakeholder value, they've conveniently or inconveniently forgotten the negative impacts that they're having. For transparent and balanced reporting, you have to have both. Value creation is not aspirational goals. So some of the public sector reports that we're seeing, they talk about the aspirational goals, what they want to achieve. It's not that. The value creation erosion are your actual outcomes. And finally, value creation is not the value added statement that is so beloved by accountants and dreamed up by them. That's purely financial. It's all about multi-capitals in this new world. Okay, so my wondrous rule number 3, which is also a fundamental concept, is integrated thinking. Now, there is a long definition in the framework, which was on one of Fiona's slides. Now, that definition appears in the framework, and yeah, you know, with hindsight, I think that maybe you went down the wrong track, because it covers 2 parts. 1, the different departments talking to each other, and 2, the connectivity between the capitals. So for integrated thinking, focus on the second bit of it, the interconnectivity between the capitals, because that's what integrated thinking really is. Maybe that definition should be switched around. Capitals first, and then departments talking to each other second. Makes much more sense. So some companies want to employ consultants, expensive consultants, to tell them, you know, how to embed integrated thinking in their company. I really don't think that it's needed, because honestly, to me, integrated thinking is common sense. It is common sense. When a human being, when you and I make a decision, we usually think about the effects or consequences in the longer term and of the different choices, and we work out if we can live with them, the best choice for us. When a company makes a decision, it will be the same thing. They too need to think about the potential effects or consequences of particular choices on each of those 6 capitals. It's thinking about consequences going forward and whether you're happy to live with them or not. In most cases, what the company does today will always come back to affect it positively or negatively in the future. So why would you want negative outcomes in the future? Just deal with it properly today, do the right thing. The crux of integrated thinking, let me reiterate, is thinking about the effects or consequences on the capitals. It is the connectivity of things. So when it comes to practical embedding, really, because I see it as such basic common sense, I don't think that you need to get all scientific about it. The only practical point that I want to add here is that maybe a company can see it as embedding in 3 different levels. So the firstly is the board, that should come in their strategy and their decision making. Executives and senior management, that should, integrated thinking should come into their decision making, their integrated management reporting and their review. And then at staff level, decision making, daily choices, and maybe understanding the bigger picture of how they fit and their department fits into the value creation story. I've always thought that maybe a good tool is when you join a new company and they give you an induction pack, is maybe just to talk about the integrated thinking there, so that the capitals that the company uses and effects, so that they appreciate it as soon as that employee day one on the job. So moving right along, how do you know when integrated thinking is achieved in your company? Well, I think that integrated thinking really is a continuous cycle of improvement. Now, do you ever get it 100% right? I think that you learn by doing. The more that you do, the more that you get right. The experienced integrated reporters in South Africa, and remember that our companies have been doing integrated reporting for the longest in the world, for about 10 or 11 years. So they say that preparing the integrated report each year has really helped to embed integrated thinking in their company. They say that it switched the mindset to integrated thinking. And because of that, I'm a strong proponent of not waiting until you think that integrated thinking is embedded in your company before you start preparing an integrated report. There was this international debate going around saying you can't do an integrated report until you have integrated thinking. It's not true. South Africa proved that. Our companies 10 years ago, when King 3 said do an integrated report and the framework came out, they didn't have a chance to embed integrated thinking. They first did the integrated report. It helped them to embed integrated thinking. So I think it's pointless to wait. So those companies who want to wait, don't. Rather use the integrated report as a very useful corporate reporting tool in helping to embed integrated thinking in your company. Okay, so whose responsibility is it to manage integrated thinking and the integrated report in your company? Well, let's start off with integrated thinking. So as I see it, I think that that's the responsibility of everyone in the company, of every single person who works there. But you might want to put some incentives, remuneration incentives and performance incentives in place to make sure that it happens from the top down. That will be the board's role to make sure that it gets implemented. They will delegate that authority of implementation to the executive. As far as the integrated report goes, it is firmly the responsibility of the board. The integrated report is their report, it is their voice, it is a governance document. Now, in the framework, there is a requirement, one of the 19 requirements, that the governing body, the board, should sign off on the integrity of integrated report and that it's in accordance with the 19 requirements of the framework. As I see it, the statement is absolutely crucial to the report. It is crucial to the report. Now, in reality, in many countries, the board would be legally responsible for corporate reports anyway, whether they put their name to it or not. But it is crucial, I think, to include that statement because of stakeholder perception. Stakeholders want to see that the company does not just regard the integrated report as a marketing document. They want to see that it really is truly a transparent and a balanced disclosure by the board in fulfilling its duty of accountability. That's really important for stakeholder perception. So watch out for the consultation draft. There will be some simplification to the change in the statement of responsibility, and we're certainly very keen to hear your views on the simplification changes made. Moving on to my wondrous rule number 5. So say hello to Ollie the octopus. Mervyn King and I introduced Ollie in our first book called Integrate, and the companies that use Ollie say he's been extremely helpful in structuring their corporate reporting suite. So you can see here, so Ollie would be the head, the integrated report, with a myriad of other external reports underneath being his arms. So for instance, one would be the financial statements, one would be the sustainability report, governance information, all the detailed reports, subject specific, would be sitting in Ollie's arms. It is important for Ollie to be seen as to structure the whole corporate reporting suite, but he's also important for getting a concise integrated report. So the integrated report would have all your material information that you need to understand about the company, and all the detailed information would be sitting in one of Ollie's arms. So you don't want a 1,000-page integrated report. You want concise information, all the material information sitting in Ollie's head, and you want detailed information sitting in all those subject-specific reports at the bottom. So meet Tommy the tarantula. You can see in integrated reporting, we love animals. So Tommy is from the framework, and honestly, I think that if you understand this graphic, you will understand integrated thinking and integrated reporting. If you start on the left, it shows the inputs drawn from the 6 capitals. They flow through the company's activities to produce outputs, which are the third bubble in the middle. And outputs are your products and services. The result of that, the 4th bubble, are your effects, impacts on the 6 capitals. Now, many preparers get confused over the 2 O's. Outputs and outcomes. An easy way to remember this is that outputs can only be products and services in waste, can only be your products and services. So that means that all the rest are probably outcomes. You can see that the gray line going along the top shows integrated thinking. Now that line shows the effects you have on your capitals, being your outcomes today, will come back to reward you or hurt you when you need them as your future inputs. The diagram also shows the content elements of the IR, which are the 7 headings in the blue circle, and they're set in the overarching context of the external environment. In the consultation draft, watch out for some re-engineering happening to Tommy the tarantula. But also I think really, if you just take time out to understand this, I mean, you need never look at anything else ever again about integrated thinking, integrated reporting. This is my wondrous rule number 7, the structure of integrated report. I think if you get the structure of your integrated report right, then your job is halfway done. If you get the structure right, it avoids duplicate information, and you get to a concise and readable report. So the 8 content elements are thoroughly flexible. You can start anywhere. You want to put strategy first, you can put strategy. You want to put governance first, you can put governance first in your report. But saying that, I think that there is a logical structure. And if you start off with a logical structure, I think that that you can tell your value creation story in a better and easier way. So what I would do is I would start with organizational overview of who your company is and what it does. I would explain the external environment, no company is an island, but importantly, how that influences the company. You've got to make that link. You can't just talk about global changes and not impacting that back to the company. Show the business model. You can do that in a 2-page spread, a 2-page diagram. Start with the material inputs from each capital. Give the rand, the dollar figure, and importantly, give comparatives because you want to see some context for the inputs. Give a page reference to your activities and products and services. Now, I see no point in putting them back into the business model when you've already covered them under your organizational overview and information. So just give a page cross-reference back because you want your business model diagram to be as simple as possible. Remember, you're trying to get things as readable as possible. And then you list the outcomes, which would be on the right-hand column. Positive and negative outcomes. You don't just want positive outcomes. It throws the balance of your report completely out, and that affects the credibility of the report. The board's role, transparent reporting. Yeah. Behind the business model, I would put the stakeholders engagement table. And that just also needs to be a 2-page spread, what stakeholders' needs are, not what you think they are, but what they're saying their needs are, and the company's response. I would then put strategy, the KPIs and the targets with a short, medium, and long term. And importantly, identify which of those KPIs are used in remuneration incentive. That's closing the value creation loop. After you've talked about your strategy, show the risks and opportunities, then give the year's performance, and then the governance information, and then give your outlook summary. Graham will be covering outlook a bit later on. Get your structure right. It really, if you get the skeleton right, it helps you with your integrated reporting process. So some trends that we're seeing in South Africa is that the experienced reporters are putting in abridged governance information into the integrated report. Some governance information can be quite detailed. So some of the guys are putting in like 3 or 4 pages of abridged corporate governance information, and all the rest is going onto the website or in a separate printed report. The same would go for remuneration report. It can be very lengthy for insomniacs. They're just putting a 3 or 4 pager talking about the essence of linking remuneration back into value creation circle. And that goes into integrated report again with a link to their website. Icons are commonly used for capitals, material matters, and strategic objectives. So that information appears throughout the report. I caution you against using icons for too many areas of the report because it can be confusing. So I think just use 3 for 3 different areas, and then actually maybe change the shape of each. So for readability, when you're on page 20, you can see an icon shaped in a particular style. It relates to capitals. The reports are slimming down in South Africa, but certainly, we have some way to go there. I think that the latest magic number is get your integrated report down to 80 pages. Previously, we used to say 100, but it's slimming down all the time now. And I think that you want a readable and concise document so people actually read it. I want to address the pesky international issue of audience. It is controversial, I know. So the framework refers to the target audience as providers of capital, of financial capital, investors. In South Africa, our King Codes steered integrated report to being the company's story. Integrated report is the company's value creation story. to be read by all stakeholders because it's Ollie's head. So in the global rise in awareness that we're seeing in the last couple of years, and especially now that companies rely on multi-capitals, I really do see that the King Codes view as taking prevalence and dominance in the international field in the days ahead. So the issue is up for grabs in the topic papers that the IRC issued earlier this year for comment. It was one of the issues there. So we have got the responses back from that. So it is up for grabs and international debate. Now, when I share that view, people often say to me, well, you know, can you really write one report for all stakeholders, for all audiences? So as a former business journalist, I can tell you that you can write a story. You write a story and you assume a certain level of business knowledge. You try not to use jargon and only where absolutely essential, and then you explain it. But you can write an integrated report assuming a general level and then deal with other specific stakeholders in that subject-specific information in the arms of Ollie. So, reporting in a changed world. So I was rather tempted to instead of those three little words, OMG, to letters, to use three other little letters, but OMG it is. We're living in extraordinary times, and sometimes it's actually hard to believe that life has become like this. The preparers have asked as to where in the integrated report they should disclose virus information and effects. In my view, this is my answer to them. I think the framework is robust and perfectly framed to guide reporters because it is multi-capitals framework and because it covers the short, medium, and the long term. The users of your integrated report will want to know how the virus has affected your value creation story, the changes that you've had to make as a company, and your outlook. And in particular there, I think that they'll want to see the immediate short-term survival plan, which will be a focus on financial cash flow. And then, importantly, the access to future capitals. I see the information coming into each and every content element of the integrated report. And then obviously it'll be one of your top material matters. And I acknowledge that that's a huge understatement there. Covering all of the 6 capitals over time will give users a much more informed view about the going concern and nature of your company. Much better definition of going concern than the accountants' financial, do you have enough cash to the end of the year approach. And actually watch out for an FAQ. It's coming out from the integrated report of South Africa later this year about reporting in a time of crisis. So we're currently working on that. As far as the company's point of view, as I see it, how do they respond to these changes? I think companies should have a deep think of their purpose. What's good for society and the environment, doing good for society and the environment. Now, purpose has been quite topical in the last few years, but it's extremely important to get this right now. Companies should be considering their negative outcomes because I think society will be less forgiving for any transgressions on negative outcomes. And in managing their 6 capitals and ensuring future access, I think companies will really have to look at and rely on integrated thinking. For example, they could say to themselves, well, if we do this to our employees, how will this affect the other capitals, including our reputation? And can we live with that? And what will be the longer term consequences? It's going to be real integrated thinking in action. And all of this, just a hell of a reminder of the connectivity of things. Thanks for your attention. Carolyn, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Lee. I think that was super informative. Certainly gave us a lot of guidance in terms of how we should be approaching the practicalities of this. So we've got a fantastic theoretical foundation, a lot of insight from Dr. Robertson, and I think you gave us the practical. So what does that mean for doing an integrated report? So thank you very much for that. Being CEO of the Integrated Reporting Committee of South Africa. Yeah, certainly you've got that insight. So thank you very much for that. A couple of questions, a lot of questions have come through, but I've just selected a couple here. The one is, this is just to put you on the spot. This is from Folia. Can you kindly give an example of manufactured capital for a financial institution? I do find that many organizations battle with this concept of a manufactured capital when they are a technology company or a financial institution. In working with organizations, have you come across what normally gets captured as a manufactured capital?
Yeah, so I think companies do often get this wrong, Carolyn. I think you have to see it as what we term as accountants, tangible assets, your plant and machinery and equipment. So it's that kind of stuff, but it's also an acknowledgement of what you use, which is not owned by you. So I think it's easiest to understand, like, if you're a logistics company and use the public infrastructure, the public roads and bridges, and you do have an effect. Potholes, merely using them, you increasing the impact of potholes on that. So you have to include it as part of your capital. So when it comes to, a bank, a financial services company, it would also be the tangible assets that they use. I think that they should too have a look at and see what they use of the public infrastructure and what effects they're having on that. And then if it is material, then it should be disclosed. It's always a hard one, but what you own, what you use, and effect which you don't own.
Thanks, Lee. Then here's an interesting one. How do you persuade companies to declare value erosion fairly and honestly? And that's from Ben. So that's a good one. How do you persuade companies to declare value erosion fairly and honestly?
Well, you could just mention two words: corporate governance. How the board has a duty of accountability. Accountability cannot just be for the positive effects, the positive value creation. It has to be transparent, and saying, look, these are the negative effects that we're having. This is value erosion, and this is what we're doing about it. King 4 refers to amelioration or mitigation of negative outcomes. And I think so admit it, this is what we're doing, this is what we have, and this is what we're doing about it. And you should be saying that in your report. And it's also one of the benefits of being transparent is, as you know, stakeholder trust improves. Of
course, thanks. That ethical leadership bit about integrity and competence and transparency and fairness, isn't it? Yeah, thank you. Ingrid is asking Lee, is most of the report historic and how much is future oriented?
Well, remember that one of the guiding principles is actually, strategic and orientation in the future. So, of course, you are looking at your reporting period now. I mean, you've just done that at your reporting period. But that future information comes through everything. And it comes through the external environment, what's impacting you now, what's likely to impact you going forward. The outcomes that you're actually having now, but the outcomes that you could see as potential going forward. Your strategy, you talk about achievements in this year, sure, but you're also talking about short, medium, and long-term targets and KPIs in the future. And then your outlook is all about the future, and of course risks also come into that because risks are going forward too.
Thank you. Thanks, Lee. Here's another practical one from Amina Ismail. To what extent are environmental and social specialists part of the team preparing these reports?
Well, what we see in South Africa is that it's commonplace to have an IR steering committee. So that steering committee is made up of all like the heads of different divisions and all different functions. So financial, definitely. Sustainability, definitely. Risks and opportunities. Governance, all of them would sit together at the table. So, we shouldn't be seeing it as silo. And this is the beauty of this. They're all sitting there and they're seeing it as the whole of the cake.
Working together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thanks. Specific one from Sarah Katamba. In education institutions, what is the relevance of integrated reporting to the financial management of an education institution?
There are a couple of universities. In fact, I think most of the big universities in South Africa do integrated reports. And remember, everybody should be doing integrated reports, whether you're an SME, NGO, university. It's a good corporate tool, no matter the type of business that you're in, the type of organization that you're in. Doing the integrated report is a very, very good business tool. It helps to embed integrated thinking. And you cannot just, in this day and age, you cannot just focus on financial capital. You have to see everything as connected. So integrated report, integrated thinking, important to everybody.
It's such a fundamental way of reporting, and it certainly aggregates, and for all the, as you say, all the industries, all institutions, and everybody should be doing it. So the question here from Sherelle is, do you think it's actually going to replace our traditional financial statements and its notes in future? Do you think it's going to override it? At the moment, it's almost like the second thought.
Well, speaking as an accountant, no, I think everything has its place. I love Ollie the Octopus. I think it explains everything. So you can't read the financial statements alone and get an understanding of the company. You have to read a report which talks about all the capitals, which is the whole of the cake. But saying that, you will always want to go down, many users will want to go down into the financial information, and probably only 10% of people who read it can actually understand it. As an accountant, I don't think I could understand it these days. But you would always have to have that, but it will always have its place. But the integrated report, which is multi-capitals, short, medium, and long term, is the umbrella report.
An interesting question here from that wasn't the one. Yes, so this is an internal audit kind of question from Sarah. How do I measure whether an organization has complied with integrated reporting? She's asking, should I take each capital independently and look at how the organization has reported on it in relation to strategy, risks, opportunities, governance, resource allocations, etc.? But that feels like it's not integrated thinking. So how do you measure or whether an organization has actually complied with integrated reporting?
Okay, so maybe see it as two different veins with the integrated report that has to be done according to the 19 requirements. And, you should have maybe a specialist come in and say, well, have you met those 19 requirements? So maybe, the internal audit function can come in there as well. Have those 19 requirements been met? Because remember that the board is actually putting its name to it. And then the second part of it would be the integrated reporting aspect itself. So that should be happening throughout the year, not just at the end of the year. I mean, this is changing the way that you do your internal reporting. And that internal reporting should be, what are your KPIs? that you refer to in your integrated report. And those KPIs should be looking at positive outcomes and negative outcomes, and that's what your strategy should be. So you want reporting on those holistic KPIs throughout the year. You want reporting on that, so you would need systems, and you would also need management reviews. So those holistic KPIs and performance against them need to come in monthly management reviews. And importantly, it's also got to go to the board. You don't want agenda packs for the board of just financial information. That doesn't allow them to make informed decisions. So you want that integrated information, that all the KPIs, holistic KPIs in that board pack, as well as Mervyn always refers to, stakeholder responses. What are your stakeholders feeling right now? Also important information for the board.
Thank you. Do you think, this is a question from Charlotte, do you think it would be audited in future in organizations' integrated report? Do you think it'll be audited by the external auditors in future, and some kind of a certificate going alongside it to stakeholders?
It seems to be assurance, global debate. It seems to be the way that it's going. In the IAASB has a public consultation document out on EER reporting, and integrated reporting would fall into that. It does seem to be the way that it's going, and certainly as a director, I would probably like, if it was my company, probably like, and I put my name to it, probably want some sort of assurance. But I think it's it's not an easy task to do, because much of the integrated report is subjective, and it's not always qualitative information, it's quantitative. So I am supportive of assurance, I am, but just part of me says that I would hate to see we get into a situation where companies don't put material information in their reports just because it can't be assured. I would not like that to happen, and I see that as a risk.
Thank you. Just a final question, from my side. Can you just mention the book that Ollie is? I think Ollie's a great model, and you referred to him a lot. Which book was it that for our attendees?
Yeah. So Mervyn and I wrote our book called Integrate, Reporting the 21st Century, and it's by Juta, and it's pretty old now. It was actually 2013, but we're very proud that we came up with the concept of Ollie. And we've used Ollie in the FAQ, which is on the Integrated Reporting Committee of South Africa website as well.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, Lee. And thank you very much for your insights. There are a lot more open questions. If you could look at those, that would be fantastic during the break, Lee, and answer some of them. Can you see them on your screen coming up under Q&A?
Yes. Yeah.
We've answered 11, and we have 22 still open for you.
Busy.
Yes. So we're going to take a break now until 11 o'clock. And I think many of the questions around the role of finance and how finance can get involved in integrated reporting and integrated thinking will come through in Mark's talk on the CFO becoming the Chief Value Officer. So Mark Hoffman brings us 30 years of audit firm experience on IFRS and integrated reporting. So if you can hold your questions for Mark's presentation around that would be fantastic. But please send through your questions during the break. 15-minute body break. We're going to be turning our cameras off. I'll be sharing a slide, just a generic blank slide, welcoming you to the colloquium. But if we can join again at 11 o'clock, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you very much, Lee. Right, we're back. It's 11 o'clock, and the next speaker we have on at this stage is Mark Hoffman. And as I said before, and not to age you, Mark, you've been with audit firms for the last 30 years, so you've lots of experience there, and specifically now on IFRS and integrated reporting. And you're going to be speaking about the CFO becoming the Chief Value Officer. So we're really looking forward to that. We've had lots of questions along these lines, so I'm hoping that you can answer a lot of them. If you wouldn't mind sharing your slides, we'd really like to jump into them and get going. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I'll just get the slides up in the meantime. All right, so what a privilege to be talking amongst the panelists and speakers that we've had today, and some really intriguing insights. I've certainly been taking lots of notes on the previous presentations. I've got a really great topic to talk to, the concept of the Chief Value Officer, and I'm really looking forward to taking you through some of these concepts against the backdrop of what we were talking about earlier. My name is Mark Hoffman. I'm a partner at Deloitte. I'm also a proud member of the IRC of South Africa working group, and really privileged to work with a lot of dedicated professionals under the leadership of Lee on integrated reporting over the last 10 years now. I've also had the incredible privilege to work with more than 120 organizations on their IR journeys, not only in South Africa, but across the world, and have really picked up so many insights and learnings from different organizations practicing integrated thinking and integrated reporting. And finally, yes, I too am still mastering the art of integrated thinking. I listen very carefully to every presentation on it, and I think I learn more every single time I see different views and insights on it. Today, I'm going to be talking about the concept of the Chief Value Officer, but firstly, we'll step back a little bit and look at the context of what value means today. I think that's been touched on by a lot of our speakers, but I'll perhaps add a few more angles to that. We'll also take a look at how value creation is currently being managed by organizations and corporations, and perhaps how that's starting to change and perhaps evolve to what we've been talking about earlier in terms of long-term value. The evolving role of the CFO, it's already evolving, and perhaps we'll look at that in the context of the concept of the Chief Value Officer and how far apart we currently are between those two concepts. What is the job to be done going to be for the Chief Value Officer? And I'll perhaps touch on some of those aspects. And then finally, I'm going to leave you with what is the change in mindset and what sort of shift is going to be required in order for us to move to this concept of the Chief Value Officer. I've drawn a lot of my thinking from a book that was published by Mervyn King and Jill Atkins, subjected the Chief Value Officer, and again, Can Accountants Save the World? Certainly an insightful book that is available on Kindle, so you can obtain it during lockdown, and certainly good reading that could come out of some of the thoughts that we talk about today. So some context on value, and the world as I've known it over the 30 years of professional life seems that our value proxy has constantly been stock exchange indexes. And we've seen some spectacular crashes in those stock exchanges, going right back to the Wall Street crash of 1929, our 1987 Black Monday, 2000, when we all thought we were getting very rich with IT stocks, and we had the dot-com bubble, and the really catastrophic financial crisis that we saw in 2008, and still some of the lag effects of that hampering our economy and our world to this day. And of course, unprecedented, what we've seen in 2020 is how COVID-19 has completely changed the world as we know it, and not only from an economic perspective, but the absolute massive disruption that this situation has caused, and still is unknown as to where the world is going to go. With each recovery, we've learned some lessons, and there's also been recoveries that happen fairly quickly after these crises. But perhaps some of these lessons have not been learned fast enough, and even sometimes long enough. We're still living in a world with massive geopolitical tensions, and they don't seem to be getting any better. Poverty and inequality is something that during the COVID-19 crisis has certainly become really known and in our face, and perhaps many countries are quite ashamed of the situations that we have with massive poverty. Climate change is perhaps becoming a lot more real, and how it could severely disrupt the world that we live in. And perhaps COVID-19, although that's not a climate change issue, is going to start making us pay attention to how the world can radically change. Healthcare shortcomings and the world spending time and effort on putting people on Mars and into space, but perhaps things like healthcare, and especially for those that live in poverty, is something that's been caught quite wanting in COVID-19. And then finally, capital market efficiency, and whether we are getting it right, and whether the capital markets are really seeking out long-term value organizations, or perhaps we still live in the fickle short-term value world. So I'm not going to spend too much time on value and value creation. There's so much that is written and spoken about it, but it's something we need to understand before we move into the concept of the Chief Value Officer. So what will value look like in a post-COVID-19 world? To restore the world economy, we're going to see something like $5 trillion of revival effort by the G20 countries being put into economies to re-stimulate and to rejig our economy to levels that we saw before the COVID-19 crisis. We do hope that that capital is going to go to businesses and organizations that are going to create value going forward. We need to create employment opportunities again very quickly. We have 1.5 billion workers worldwide that are estimated to be at risk in terms of their future jobs and income earning ability. We will need to address some of the glaring inequalities and poverty that this crisis has shown us, and organizations are going to have to work together to really look at how we finally start addressing some of these fundamental issues. We'll need to reconsider infrastructure priorities and capital allocation. And there's going to need to be a huge amount of coordination and cooperation and perhaps integrated action between governments, corporations, NGOs, and society itself in terms of getting to the value creation and sustainability that we as a world so desperately need to get back onto track. The relevance and long-term value proposition of corporations and organizations will be far more closely scrutinized by all stakeholders. I think this crisis has certainly woken us up as a world to what value really means and how quickly value can be disrupted, as we have seen over the last 6 months. So if we step back and reflect on some of those value creation aspects from a macro perspective, let's go and take a look into how value creation is being managed by corporations. The traditional value model that we've known for decades is hugely focused on historic earnings. And these, as many of the speakers have spoken about, are often complicated by some really complex accounting rules. It's amazing how accounting numbers and figures run our capital markets, yet, as many have said, less than 5% of our world population understand IFRS, US GAAP, and the various accounting rules that seem to drive our world's value system. Cash flow is king, and this concept of past performance being a proxy for future performance is quickly being questioned by investors, businesses, and stakeholders. And the concept of risk and opportunity simply being factored into a discount percentage when valuing businesses is simply not holding true to proper insight into value creation. And this traditional value model is quickly losing favor by both investors, business, and society. The future value model is going to look more to long-term value, and the focus on what long-term value really means for businesses organizations and countries. We'll start looking at multifaceted value drivers and moving away from just the financial value drive aspect. This is going to require a clear view on strategy and business plans and really understanding what businesses are doing to drive and create the value that we're talking about. And very importantly, it's all about a forward-looking focus, not simply extrapolating past performance, but really providing deep insights into where organizations are trying to get to with their value creation models. So this is nothing new, and it's certainly something that we've spoken about in the previous two presentations. So how is value creation going to be managed by modern corporations? And what are we looking for in terms of organizations that are going to move up the maturity curve of value creation? Firstly, a clear focus on purpose and relevance to society. So we constantly see super successful businesses are businesses that have a very clear purpose, and everything they do every day seems to be driving that particular purpose. And some of the super successful businesses that we have seen over the last few decades are very, very clear and very communicative of what their purpose is, and are constantly looking to ensure that they remain relevant to society. These are organizations that understand their value drivers and how those value drivers are integrated into a value generation strategy for that particular business. They have a clear focus on what the short, medium, and long-term strategy is all about. And they have a balance to what they're doing every single day in terms of driving current performance, which is producing capitals and a platform for future performance of the business, but also actively driving initiatives that will bring value to fruition in the medium and the long term, and not simply focusing on producing a 12-month budget. When they do their budgets, it's not a financial budget, and they look very carefully at resource allocation management across all the 6 capitals that we've been talking about earlier. And similarly, performance and accountability is across an integrated performance set of metrics and not just the income statement, although many organizations still tend to fall back to a heavy bias on financial performance. And this concept of integrated thinking and integrated management across the entire organization and seeing an entire business driving one strategy and one purpose is where modern organizations are getting to the value creation that they aspire to. An outlook, not just being spoken about in fluffy terminology, but having clear, tangible targets and accountability by the organization to live up to their outlook is where the true modern corporation is living this value creation story. So let's take a further step back and get a little bit more micro and start looking at the role of the Chief Financial Officer. So the traditional Chief Financial Officer, probably 10 years ago, was incredibly focused on financial reporting, planning, and controls that revolved around the financial aspects of the business. But already, and I think this is a trend that we've been seeing over the last 10 years, the modern CFO has been emerging. And this individual is far more involved in strategy development and implementation and has a far more holistic perspective of the business rather than just a financial aspect or view of the business. Very interesting article in the Wall Street Journal by Mark Mora, that was just in January 2020, is why you don't need to be a financial expert to be an accountant, or you don't need to be an accountant to be a CFO. This is recognizing that the CFO's role is far more comprehensive than just the accounting aspects of the business. This article also draws out the fact that accounting is becoming an incredibly specialist aspect of running businesses and managing businesses. And the concept of a chief accounting officer reporting into a chief financial officer is quickly becoming a reality for many organizations. So the future CFO that we are starting to see already emerging is starting to become far more involved in driving integrated thinking and integrated management frameworks within organizations. They're responsible for driving multiple capitals and for monitoring and managing value drivers across a whole spectrum of performance management and planning within the organization. And this is possibly what we are seeing as the evolution of the Chief Value Officer as contemplated. So what is the concept of the Chief Value Officer, and what could or would be entailed in this particular job description? So this is going to be an executive that is responsible for bringing it all together along the lines of integrated thinking, possibly sitting somewhere between the Chief Executive Officer, owning strategy implementation at a macro level, and the Chief Operating Officer, which is responsible for operationalizing strategy execution within the organization, and perhaps creating some cohesion between strategy development, execution, and operationalization in terms of focusing on managing value for the business. They will be driving integrated thinking and management and will probably play a huge role in communication, both internally within the organization and externally in terms of telling and living that value creation story. They will be actively involved in both strategy development and execution in a holistic view of where the business is going. And when it comes to budget time, which hopefully won't happen every 12 months, instead of simply looking at financial budgets for the business, this individual working with the management team will be creating 6 capital budgets in terms of understanding the resources and relationships that are required to drive the strategy and value creation of the business. And that will lead to performance management and accountability across all the value drivers that are fundamental to the strategy and business model of that organization. And I'm going to touch on an example of what that could or would look like for some organizations. It's also driving integrated incentivization and accountability within the organization across all of these metrics. And increasingly, we see criticism of firms' incentivization and bonus structures being biased very heavily towards financial performance. And perhaps with more of a value driver focus to value creation, we'll start seeing things like remuneration being linked to a much wider series of performance metrics. So what is the job to be done, and what is this job description going to look like? So firstly, it will all be about strategy management and making it happen within the organization. And this individual with the EXCO team and the board are responsible for overseeing development, planning, execution, managing, monitoring, and reporting on the strategy of the organization. They will be a key driver to integrated thinking and bringing it all together across purpose, linking that through into strategy, understanding risk and opportunity holistically, being integrally involved in stakeholder management, not only externally, but internally within the organization, making sure the right resources and capitals are getting to where they need to be, and managing performance of the organization at a holistic level. It's also going to be all about creating an integrated planning and performance management platform. And this is understanding very clearly the value drivers of the business, implementing and monitoring lead and lag key performance indicators, overseeing resource allocation and planning within the organization, and linking that through to performance and outlook. And finally, making integrated reporting and integrated management a reality within the organization across management, assurance, governance, and internal and external reporting. Quite a task, and certainly not going to be an easy job for any individual or team to get this up and running at the level that is needed in most organizations, if not all organizations. So I put a bit of a sneak peek together on what could the value statement look like. And please, this is not an endorsed scorecard or anything that should be seen as leading practice. But talk is cheap, and often people want to see, well, what type of performance metrics would organizations be looking to drive, monitor, manage, and incentivize? And I simply took some value drivers that are linked to the 6 capitals across the left-hand side, from relationships to intellectual property to people, financial, manufacturing, and finally natural, in no order of priority. I then have provided some examples of the lead key performance indicators, which are often associated with the inputs and the efforts of the organization to drive strategy in particular areas, and lag key performance indicators that demonstrate the outcome and the result of the strategy and activities in each of these particular areas. And one can see things like stakeholder relationships being driven by engagement and responsiveness of the organization, resulting in good reputation and trust with those stakeholders. Intellectual being driven by strong focus and investment in research and development, and out of that being born out new technologies and products for the organization. People's all about engagement, training and development, which then brings out motivated, productive employees that stay with the organization. Financial is about funding and liquidity, and particularly in 2020, in the COVID-19 crisis, that is certainly being put to the test. But really what we're looking at ultimately is how that capital is being allocated and the efficiency with which it's being applied and the returns that are being generated off that. Manufacturing being about capital allocation and capital projects for some organizations, which will lead to greater production capacity and efficiency. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, is looking at natural capitals in terms of consumption, waste, and looking at how the organization mitigates some of the negative value erosion that comes off some of those aspects, and the efficiency, and again, where that capital is being allocated. All of that is against the backdrop of the strategy of the organization, the business model, the outcomes that are trying to be aspired to, and ultimately the purpose of the organization. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could see organizations presenting their value creation story on one page, as we are seeing currently? So what is the change in mindset and the shift going to be required from a macro perspective? And there are some real challenges that we need to address and will have to be actively addressed in terms of moving up the maturity chain of the Chief Value Officer. So firstly, can we align the concept and reality of value by different stakeholders? When are we as a world going to get to a point where we all see value and long-term value in the same context? And this is going to require government, society, NGOs, investors, and businesses to really sit, engage, and understand what long-term value means for all stakeholders and how different parts of the value chain can do their bit to move the world to what we ultimately need. And things like the Sustainable Development Goals are certainly providing a framework on which this engagement needs to take place, and perhaps can build this common value determination across different stakeholder views. And I don't think we'll ever be totally aligned, but the closer we can move to a common value vision, the quicker we'll be able to move towards that aspiration. We've touched on it earlier. When can we align our reporting frameworks and regulatory reporting? It's no mystery that the world is under incredible reporting fatigue, particularly post the 2008 crisis, where it seemed that many regulators responded with incredibly increased reporting requirements, which perhaps have maybe not solved the issues as they could or should have. So concepts like integrated reporting, linking through to the other reporting disciplines that have been touched on, and Prof. King touched on financial reporting, sustainability reporting, risk reporting, governance reporting, what we're seeing coming out of stock exchanges, and on top of that, regulators. And when we start seeing a common theme and a common approach to reporting, I really believe these different disciplines, which all have got fundamentally important parts of corporate reporting in them, need to talk to each other in order to come to this single value creation view of a particular organization. No easy feat. And already we're seeing initiatives like the Corporate Reporting Dialogue being driven by the IIRC to start this conversation. And simple things like looking at materiality from a common perspective across the different frameworks is already starting to create some common views on where corporate reporting needs to go to. But lots of work still to be done. And how do we align the value drivers? And typically looking at those value drivers very often across the view of 6 capitals is how do we get these value drivers to work together, to understand the negative and positive trade-offs between them, and ultimately getting all of this together to create this one concept of overall value. And still huge amounts of work needs to be done in those particular areas. Some very mature and perhaps over-engineered, like financial, but some of the other areas as a world and as a population, we're probably not as mature in our thinking, or perhaps even our science in some of these other areas. Finally, what is the change in mindset going to need to be within the organization and the institutions themselves? And here we need to ask questions is how do we rapidly shift the governance and management model of organizations to a more holistic and integrated value management model? How do we train and equip multiple generations of the chief value officer? So looking at the generation that are currently in office today, looking at the people moving through the promotional ranks that will be our chief value officers of tomorrow, and very importantly, those coming through our education and our university systems as to are we equipping them to do the job, and the really important job, of the chief value officer. And when does the chief value officer position become essential and non-negotiable? And perhaps, I hesitate to say, a regulated position, either by stock exchanges or regulators over particular corporations. Some interesting food for thought in that area. And is this position reserved for the chief financial officer? Well, not necessarily. And here we have to ask the question, is the CFO going to evolve up to the chief value officer or off to the chief accounting officer? Now, being a financial person myself, I really hope we will see a lot of CFO positions moving up to the chief value officer, but perhaps needing to be supported by a concept like the chief accounting officer. But I suppose the point is this position will not require an accountant. It will require a professional, an individual, an executive that understands value holistically and is able to manage that in an integrated fashion. So certainly not reserved for accountants. And that will lead us to what are the dynamics and the drivers going to be for a super successful chief value officer. And many of the aspects I've spoken about now are really going to be what brings out the value in this particular position and playing an incredibly important role of bringing integrated thinking and value creation together for the organization. No easy feat, and certainly some hard work that will lie ahead. So I'm almost on Germanic timing. So having completed the chat bit in 30 minutes, so I'm going to turn down the presentation, and I hope there's some questions out there, Carolyn.
Absolutely. We've got 9 open questions to use. Thank you very much, Mark. I think that was really insightful. And as you say, it's still at the beginning stages, but yeah, by when does it actually become a regulated requirement? I think it's, we're seeing the horizon, it's there. The first question that's come through is the Chief Value Officer, so people who are grappling, organizations who are grappling with, so how to get this Chief Value Officer in the organization, understanding the value of it, so to speak. Is it similar to the Chief Sustainability Officer that other companies already have, or are there key differences to it?
I think, you know, the Chief Value Officer is almost going to probably lead a team, and not necessarily of specialists, but the whole concept of integrated thinking is bringing different disciplines of the organization together to one common strategy and one common drive for the particular business. So things like chief accounting officers, chief sustainability officers, I really think are going to be individuals that sit within the Chief Value Officer team, but very importantly collaborate to create one, you know, integrated view of how the business is being managed and performance management is in place. So already we see many CFOs taking on the role of the Chief Value Officer, but not being able to do this single-handedly. And I really do think that they will need a team of not necessarily specialists, but people that understand, you know, subject matters in a particular manner, you know, bringing it together through the office of the CVO. So there's going to be a role for multiple specialists within the organization.
Thanks, Mark. I see there's one from Claudel van Eck, who's our previous CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors in South Africa. And Claudel is asking, the accountancy profession is fragmented in South Africa with multiple professional bodies in this space. How do we get the profession to start singing from the same song sheet in relation to the future CFO?
Gosh, well, there's a question, and I suppose, you know, my view, and this is not just a South African phenomenon. I mean, we're seeing this across the world. It is time for multiple organizations and associations to really start depoliticizing what we are doing, and to really, you know, combine forces to very quickly start moving to common platforms, and perhaps avoiding a lot of the confusion that is out there in the markets. I'm watching with great interest what's happening in the EU with the non-financial reporting directive, and perhaps different organizations and associations trying to take domain. Whereas what we really do need, and exactly apropos the question, is for the multiple organizations and associations to really sit down around a table and look at developing common frameworks that can quickly and effectively be implemented, rather than creating a lot more confusion and perhaps delay to moving to where we want to get to.
Thanks, Mark. Morgan has an interesting question here, and I think it talks to the very foundation of the Good Governance Academy and its alliance with business institutions, business education institutions, and so many here. I've just gone again. Okay. So Morgan's saying, Mark, this needs to change at education level. We need to look at the exam that the CAs are sitting for. It's what we study and what we execute on in practice. Accountants are getting a bad rap. So this institution for reporting, so basically the question is, are accountants slowly becoming redundant? And that's what you're alluding to now in your presentation.
Yeah, so I think, like Lee said, accounting and financial management and reporting is going to be with us for a long, long time. And it will always be a really important part of managing any business. And there will be a role for accountants. But like accountants or chief sustainability officers or ESG experts, we all need to start developing a far more holistic understanding of business. And no longer can we create professionals that only understand singular aspects of business. I think it's not just training accountants to have a more integrated view. We need to start training lawyers, engineers, doctors that understand business and value at a far higher level. So it's interesting that we always look at how accountants are changing the syllabus within universities, but similarly, I really believe every professional institute needs to look at how they collectively also play a role in value creation. I can say that in the South African universities I've been involved in, there's some really good moves to getting integrated thinking and integrated reporting into the syllabus. And if I can tell you, I've seen some very eager youngsters, grasping this concept and really so keen to see this as part of their future career. So it's starting to happen, but it's not just accountants. It's going to be a lot of other experts, professionals that need to start taking a more holistic view of how business is managed.
So that talks to Oscar's point about how far the roles of the CVO and the strategy management officer differ. They're kind of in the same bucket, is what I'm hearing. Is that right?
They most certainly are. I mean, to think the chief value officer could own this singularly is simply not plausible. And the whole concept of integrated thinking is really bringing a lot of different disciplines and functions together. So the attributes of the chief value officer will firstly have to first and foremost be the ability to communicate, to win hearts and minds, to bring people together. And that's very difficult in organizations. And the organizations I've worked with, the silos are incredibly entrenched. And, this is a lot of change management. It's a lot of winning hearts and minds and really getting people to think and do things a little bit differently.
Thanks. And Sinan Klantler asked that question as well. So thank you for that. Is it getting, Mahdi's asking, is it getting to the point where we should be considering a value committee assisting the board? Or is this really sitting in one executive position?
I don't think it's another committee. I mean, I really think this is the executive committee of the future. And, interestingly, some of the more mature organizations, the EXCO agenda and the EXCO pack actually looks like the integrated report. And their entire agenda revolves around managing, driving strategy for value creation. And it's one agenda. I think creating another committee would almost imply that this is something outside of the core. I think this sits at the core. This should be the core of what the board is looking at, what the EXCO is looking at, and what the management team are ultimately driving.
Here's a detailed financial question to you, because I know you do the IFRS and the... So Sherelle is asking about the budgeting process. So if you're wanting to move into value and understanding how organizations generate value and then reporting on an integrated basis, do we have to move our organizations towards a 6 capitals budget and do away with the traditional zero-based budgeting and rely on historical financial data? How does this practically impact organizations?
Without a question, we organizations absolutely have to look at their budgeting and resource planning across all the 6 capitals. And interestingly, ERP systems like SAP and Oracle already have the functionality to start planning and budgeting your business in an integrated fashion across all the resources that are required for a business. And this is often borne out in businesses that are trying to advance their technology within the organization and simply throw money at it. But very quickly realize that you have to create a culture for technology innovation. You need to bring in the right people. You need to have the right alliances and partnerships in order to create this. And very quickly, organizations realize that money is not what will make things happen, but really a multifaceted view on resources. And most importantly, in this day and age, relationships and things like culture, which you can't put into a number crunching machine, but you need to plan and allocate resource for.
Mm-hmm. And Eng now is asking a question along the lines of, in the change management behind this role, trying to get the organization transforming its mindset from a CVO to a CFO really requires alignment in terms of management expectations of this new role, in how they fit in, other existing executives, how they fit in terms of the CVO role. So, for example, myself as an IT person, as a CIO, Chief Information Officer, how do these executive roles now align with this new CVO role? Because it almost sounds like the CVO role is equivalent to a CEO role.
Yeah, and I think that talks to the point of, where does one position this, and the thinking is it's somewhere between the chief executive officer and the chief operating officer, which both have very holistic roles within the organization. The chief executive officer at a very strategic level, and our chief operating officer moving down to operationalization. So perhaps this is a bit of a missing link between operations and strategy, and the CVO perhaps bringing those two together. Positions like the chief information officer, there's even concepts like chief stakeholder relations. Those are all elements that need to come together in the value creation model of the business. And the CVO is really trying to bring those different disciplines into one strategic thrust for the business, and everybody needs to play a role in that. So I suppose, again, like I said, the chief value officer is perhaps going to focus on communication, change management, winning hearts and minds around this common goal of the business, as opposed to allowing the different disciplines to create silos and perhaps live unto themselves, as opposed to getting back to one core strategy. But there will be change dynamics, that will come into it. And whenever you put a new position in, politics will erupt. And there's no question about that. So strong leadership will be required.
And the actual, the personality of that person. I know in the first GGA colloquium, we were speaking about, the traditional accountant is quite blinkered in their thinking. So here's a question: is, if not purely financial and commercial as the CVO person and their personality, what is the role of the liberal arts in the education of this individual that holds this position of a CVO?
Yeah, it's the attributes, it's the experience, it's to an element training, and I think most people realize training happens in the doing of things rather than necessarily in the classroom. Interestingly, most accounting schools are teaching philosophy to accountants, which 20 years ago we would have found hysterically funny. And perhaps maybe even scary that you were creating creative accountants. It's not what we wanted 20 years ago. But you'll be surprised at how professions like accounting have evolved, and the deep thinking that comes through these professions is already manifesting in the modern CFO that we see out there already. But it is very much a broadening of the horizons. And interestingly, that Wall Street article that I was referring to earlier, I think upward of 40% or close on 40% of CFOs in the US are not accountants, and in fact come from different professions. So I think that diversity is what is needed. I don't think any of these positions are reserved for accountants, but I also would not play down the role of the accountant. And I think the modern accountant has got a far more holistic grasp of business than perhaps we sometimes think. It's already moved significantly from 10 years ago.
And thank you. And last question really is now swinging the pendulum to the other side. Rodney's asking, is there still that real link between the technical understanding of IFRS and this non-financial reporting and value generation that the CVO needs to understand?
Yeah, so I mean, the first question is, do many CFOs understand IFRS? And I won't go there. But IFRS is starting to come to the party, and if you look at a lot of the initiatives that the IASB is driving on things like management commentary, there's a link between financial reporting and performance and operational and strategic performance is incredibly important. It's got to be something that we have to get right within the next 2 to 3 years. And there is a link. And if you look at some really good reports, you're able to very quickly unpack numbers into an operational understanding of what the business is doing and how they're trying to do it. And ultimately, reverse engineering finance back into operations and forward again. So that link is crucial. And we're not going to get away from financial capital in the next 20, 30 years. And the way that we're going to bring financial capital into the entire value creation model is how we integrate it and how we link it and how we understand that we need to forward and reverse engineer that link across the different capitals and understanding. So there's a job to be done, a huge job.
Great. Thank you, Mark. And thank you very much, everyone, for your questions. Mark, you're going to be busy during Prof. Terry's talk because there are lots here for you there are 11 open questions for you to answer. A very nice one from Owen on where does the Chief Ethics Officer fit in here? But we have run out of time, so thank you very much. And I'd like to ask Prof. Terry if he could put his camera on now and then share his slides and give us a presentation on the outlook as envisaged in the integrated reporting framework. So there were lots of questions earlier on about future thinking. Where is the future thinking going to be articulated in an integrated report? And is it just hindsight like the annual financial statement? So it's very pleased that Professor Terry is going to be talking to this subject. So thank you very much, Graham, for joining us, and over to you.
Thanks very much for that kind introduction. Hopefully you can hear me. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this Good Governance Academy Colloquium. I'm very honored to be here. The topic of my presentation, as Carolyn said, is Outlook in an Integrated Report. Now, what I want to do today is to show you how important Outlook information is in an integrated report. And I also want to, well, let me put it this way. If you're a presenter or an executive, or indeed even a member of a board of an organization, you want your organization's value creation story to be presented in a very effective way. If you're an investor or another stakeholder, you want to understand how that organization creates value in the short, medium, and long term. However, it's not that easy to understand how that Outlook information has been put together. And that is because it's distributed throughout the report. So what I want to do is to show you how organizations build that Outlook information within the report, and also how Outlook information completes the value creation story. Now, I've used as the basis for my presentation a report, an information paper produced by the Integrated Reporting Committee of South Africa, was published in December 2019. And that information paper is available on the internet, on the website of the Integrated Reporting Committee of South Africa. And if you look at the bottom of that slide, you can see the link to it. It's available free, and I invite you to download it. So let me begin with a quote from Professor Mervyn King, which appears in that information paper in the foreword. He says, a quality integrated report provides the stakeholders of an organization with balanced and transparent information, which can assist them in making more informed assessments of the organization's prospects and value creation ability into the future. Well, let's see what the international framework says about Outlook information. Well, firstly, Outlook information is one of the 8 content elements that one would expect to find in an integrated report. In regard to each one of these content elements, the framework asks a question, and it's up to the organization to try and answer that question in the presentation of its integrated report. And the question which is asked in regard to outlook is, what challenges and uncertainties is the organization likely to encounter in pursuing its strategy, and what are the potential implications for its business model and future performance? Now, the framework goes on to say, an integrated report highlights anticipated changes over time and provides information built on sound and transparent analysis about the organization's expectations of the external environment it is likely to face in the short, medium, and long term, and how that will affect the organization, and how the organization is currently equipped to respond to the critical challenges and uncertainties. Now, the framework also then gives some supporting disclosures which can enhance the quality of the outlook information. Things like lead indicators, KPIs or objectives, relevant information from recognized external sources and sensitivity analyses, forecasts or projections with a summary of the related assumptions, and comparisons of actual performance to previously identified targets. Now, I'm going to be showing you with some examples taken from some of the leading reports in South Africa, how organizations use these supporting disclosures to enhance the quality of their presentations. The framework also then says that disclosures need to take into account legal and regulatory requirements that might exist in the country, and often these would relate to forward-looking information. So why is outlook information so important in the integrated report? Well, firstly, outlook information completes that value creation story, as I mentioned to you at the beginning of my talk. It contextualizes the organization's positioning in relation to the external environment. It sets the organization's strategic path ahead, and it provides the leadership's view on the material uncertainties and challenges that may affect the achievement of the strategic objectives and the potential implications for the organization. And where an integrated report does not offer meaningful insight into the outlook, it diminishes in credibility. So let's then look at the role of the governing body in the presentation of outlook information. And I'm going to begin with a quote from King 4, which is principle number 5, where it says, the governing body should ensure that reports issued by the organization enable stakeholders to make informed assessments of the organization's performance and its short, medium, and long-term prospects. And obviously, outlook information is critical to that. I want to go back to that foreword that I mentioned earlier, where I quoted from Professor Mervyn King, because he goes on to talk about the role of the governing body in connection with outlook information. And he starts off by saying, reporting by organizations, in particular financial reporting, has come under heightened scrutiny in recent years. This partly stems from the spate of corporate failures and scandals caused by events not previously reported on, despite being in existence at the time of reporting. And I'm going to mention this when I show the examples. I'll come back to this point. It says these failures and scandals have had an adverse impact on the perceived integrity of those charged with governance, the board, and the reports they issue to stakeholders. He then goes on to say the governing body should ensure that outlook information in the integrated report mindfully reflects its view of the organization's strategic path ahead and potential uncertainties, disruptive factors, challenges, and opportunities. And he finally says, this is a key component of a quality integrated report and is a part of the governing body's duty of accountability through balanced and transparent reporting. Now, the international framework suggests that organizations should include in the integrated report a statement of responsibility by those charged with governance. And I think Lee mentioned that earlier on. And what should it provide? Well, firstly, an acknowledgement of the responsibility to ensure the integrity of the integrated report, an acknowledgement that they have applied their collective mind to the preparation and presentation of the integrated report, and their opinion or conclusion about whether the integrated report is presented in accordance with the international framework. Here are a few examples that are taken from South African companies, board responsibility statements, and you can see, I think many organizations today do present these responsibility statements. Sometimes they're signed by the chairman and chief executive, and in a few cases we see the entire board signs that acknowledgement of responsibility. And this certainly enhances the credibility and reliability of the integrated report by this acknowledgement by the board, and it also enhances the credibility of the outlook information that is presented. Now, in compiling this information paper, the Integrated Reporting Committee of South Africa observed certain weaknesses in integrated reports, and specifically around the outlook information. They say the organizations disclose information not material to the organization's value creation process, and it is often vague and generic in nature. And Lee also referred to this. Quite often organizations, when they're looking at information about the external environment, they provide generic information about what's happening in the world, and not really bringing it down to how it affects value creation in the organization. And then there's a lack of connectivity between the external environment, strategic objectives, risks and opportunities, etc., within the report. They present information in silos without connectors, so it's very difficult for the reader to actually connect the information. And it focuses on short-term strategic targets with little disclosure of medium to longer-term targets. And often find similar information in reports in the same industries, almost as if they've cut and pasted from one to another. And outlook itself is a very neglected area in many reports, and virtually no consideration given to it by the board. Now, the other side of this coin is that people preparing integrated reports also have challenges. And the first one, which the information paper identifies, is that outlook information may overstep legal, regulatory, or stock exchange listing requirements. Well, I've yet to see any information that comes close to overstepping those requirements. And I think it is often used as a bit of a smokescreen or an excuse for not disclosing key information. And at the end of the day, it's in the hands of the organization as to what it actually presents in its report. And then they say that there's uncertainty as to what the integrated reporting framework requires. Now, I can understand that because the actual framework is not very specific as what the requirements are. So that is one of the reasons why this information paper is so useful, because I think it gives a lot of useful information to organizations and indeed to investors and other stakeholders on how to read the outlook information. And then concern about potential risks, including reputational risk and legal liability. Well, I think organizations are more likely to be sued if they don't disclose information than if they do. And in South Africa, we've seen a number of situations in recent years where organizations have failed to disclose some information, but of course it always comes out in the end. And then the impact on reputation is far greater. Not wanting to create unrealistic expectations about future performance. Well, that's the reason that this information needs to be presented, is to help the readers to make more realistic assessments of the future value creation. And then a lack of clear strategy to support long-term planning. I'm going to come back to this point in a moment. And they say that it could influence stakeholders or reduce competitive advantage. Well, you want to influence stakeholders. You want to give them information so that they can make realistic assessments of value creation. And if one looks at competitive advantage, well, again, I don't ever see any information that comes close to giving away competitive information. After all, we're not asking the Colonel to disclose his recipe for Kentucky Fried Chicken. So let's have a look at the longer term. And I want to show you why it's so important that organizations look at the longer term. And I want to look at risk probability over time as a basis for it. And I want to look at an example. Now, very often we will look at a risk and say, well, the likelihood of this coming about in a period of 1 year is very low. But if you look at it over a longer period, over say 5 or 10 years, what would the impact be on value creation? Your picture changes dramatically. And a very good example is the life-threatening epidemics that we have seen. If one had to look now where we stand and say, what are the chances of a life-threatening epidemic happening over the next 10 years? Well, let's look at that table in the slide. And you can see how many life-threatening epidemics there have been over the last 100 years, starting with Spanish flu, which killed over 14 million people worldwide. But look how many there have been since 2010. There've been a number. So if you were in the healthcare industry or a public body, a government or municipality or whatever, this must have been a very high risk coming forward. But I don't want to focus on COVID-19 per se. We could well have in 2021 another virus which is totally unrelated to it. But what I want to highlight is that there are many risks that fit into this kind of category, and many of them flow from those UN Sustainable Development Goals. Now, many organizations today in their integrated reports talk about these goals, and they talk about what they're doing to alleviate them. But in most cases, almost all cases, it revolves around corporate social responsibility. What I try to do is when I talk to organizations to try to point out, if you look at the long-term value creation of the organization, many of these goals are actually going to impact upon them. And so therefore they need to look at it in terms of their strategy going forward, and not only how much they contribute. And they need to look at it in the longer term. Now, if you look at COVID-19, look how it has impacted on the business model of so many organizations. So it's critical that they do look at it over the long term. But even, well, let me put it this way. There are also opportunities that flow from these UN Sustainable Development Goals that we could have seen in the case of COVID-19. There are opportunities for organizations to anticipate changes to their business model and also to implement and take advantage of the changes that are taking place. Now, I said to you earlier on, when I started out, that I will show you how organizations build their Outlook picture and also how they use Outlook to complete their value creation picture or story. So let's see how that happens. Outlook is one of the content elements, as I showed you, but you know, very often you don't find a separate Outlook section in the report. And why is that? Because it's integrated into all the other sections of the report. And how do they do this? Well, they begin with the external environment, looking at those issues, might be economic, social, technology, all of those issues in the short, medium, and long term. So they start to build their Outlook picture from the external environment. Flowing from that, they create their strategy, also short, medium, and long term. And then flowing from external environment and strategy, there are risks and opportunities. And again, building that Outlook picture. To implement their strategy, they need various forms of capital. And so again, short, medium, and long term, they need to build the necessary capital to implement their strategy. And finally, performance. What was their performance like last year? What is the current performance? And what are the KPIs for the future? So in this way, the organization builds its outlook picture and completes its value creation story. But I'm going to show you how they do that with some examples in a moment. Now, the information paper says in determining outlook information, the organization needs to address factors that are material to achieving its strategic objectives in the short, medium, and long term. And what is important is that there are some factors that are within the organization's control, controllable factors, such as employee upskilling, or outside of its control, uncontrollable factors, such as in the case of a mine, the dollar price of metal. So it's important when you're presenting information to differentiate between controllable and uncontrollable factors. We'll look at that as well when we look at some examples. Now, I've looked at a bit of the theory behind this, but now let's have a look at some examples. And what I'm also going to do is to look at considerations or advice that is included in this information paper. And then we'll look at the examples around that. And I'm going to look at it through different windows. And the first window I want to look at is expected changes in the external environment, because that's the starting point for much of the outlook information. So what does the information paper say about the external environment? How should organizations deal with it? Well, what is the view of the organization on expected changes and how is it equipped to respond? And they say it should explain the potential effects. It should provide a view of how the competitive landscape could evolve in the future and the organization's market positioning. And then this is especially important where organizations face heightened threats from industry disruptors. And boy, have we seen some industry disruptors in the last 2 months. But we have a really nice example taken from the banking industry. Nedbank is a bank that's listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It has banks around Africa, and it really has a good example here. Banking has been through some not difficult times, but certainly been disrupted by technology. Technology's changed the way that people do banking, and it's also taken over jobs. So Nedbank, in its report, which is really nicely done, they show you, they give a description of the issue of digital disruption. They also talk about the impact that it's having, because what is happening, it's allowing other organizations to come into the industry. So you're getting new banking entrants. They talk about their opportunities and some of the risks that surround that, including cyber risk. Now, if you look at how Nedbank have presented it, they really give a really good presentation of it, and you can see how it's affecting them. But what I found very interesting was that they also talk about the human resource aspects of it, because jobs are being taken over by technology. So Nedbank says it's training those people that it can to do other tasks, and it's not replacing people that leave. Now, the interesting thing is that not all of the banks give that conversation in their integrated report. Some of them don't talk about the impact of reducing their branches and their people. And as we know, some organizations are actually putting people off. And it's terribly important to give that balanced report. And without that, it really undermines the quality of the report. And so you can see how this kind of presentation helps to build that outlook picture. Let's move on to strategy, strategic objectives, and strategy, continuing to build this outlook picture as we go forward. So we would expect to find the organization would disclose strategic objectives for the short, medium, and long term. and then targets and KPIs and how they are going to achieve those objectives. It's done really nicely in a report by Redefine, which is a property company that's listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It operates in South Africa and has many operations in countries in Europe as well. Across the top of the slide are the strategic objectives, those 5 strategic objectives. And you see the same objective down the side of that table. And then how will they get there? What is their strategy in relation to each of those objectives and anticipated outcomes and KPIs? Now, this is their short and medium term priorities. You turn over the page and there you have long-term strategic priorities as well as targets and how they wish to measure it. Kumba Iron is another example. Kumba Iron operates in a challenging environment and has been challenged for a number of years. And they deal with this by saying we are focusing our actions on making Kumba Iron more competitive. They then look at how they're enhancing their competitive position. And then they talk about, we have structured our strategy around 3 time-based transformation horizons. And they spell those out, short, medium, and long term. And then you turn over and there you have the strategies, your horizon 1, 2, and 3, how they're implementing those strategies, and then what were the key outcomes in 2018. So really a nice presentation. We know that the organization is challenged, but this is how they're dealing with it, giving you a really good picture to help you formulate a picture for Outlook. Let's move on then to risks, likely challenges, and uncertainties. So the information paper says, how is the organization responding to these challenges and what mitigating actions is it taking? What are the potential implications for the business model, strategic objectives, and financial performance? What strategic allocation plans does it have to ensure access to the capitals it needs, focusing on the availability, quality, and affordability? And of course, where we stand at the moment with the current state of the world, this is particularly important for organizations to disclose that. And then how is the organization managing its key stakeholder relationships, and what is the quality of those relationships? Anglo American Platinum is a mining company, obviously operates in rural areas. And one of the key risks that face that organization or any mining organization is the social license to operate. So it describes what that risk is. It talks about the root cause, the potential impacts, and how is it mitigating that risk. And then what's also interesting is that they talk about the opportunities for the organization to improve those relationships going into the future. So really giving you a nice picture. But I want to dwell a moment on stakeholder relationships because I find often in integrated reports, organizations really provide a superficial picture of their stakeholder relationships and how they engage with stakeholders, etc. And what worries me even more when I talk to executives from organizations, that there doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency or enthusiasm about these stakeholder relationships. But at the end of the day, organizations do not create value on their own. They create value in concert with or in partnership with their stakeholders. So those relationships are extremely important to them. Redefine, as I mentioned earlier, property company, clearly tenants are very important to them. And they talk about what their strategy is. They talk about why they engage, how they engage, what they talk about, and what their response is to the various issues that come up in those discussions. But what is also important, and they reflect the quality of the relationship in an indicator, which is done on a 5-point scale where 1 is awful and 5 is excellent. So they show us what the quality of that relationship is. And that is important to somebody reading the report to understand how this organization is doing. In the case of Redefine, they believe that their relationship, the quality is at a 3 out of 5, which is not perfect. It means work needs to be done, but they show you what they're doing around that, and it is open and transparent and useful to the reader of the report. Now, some organizations will underpin that evaluation with the metrics that they use to actually calculate it. So it might be customer satisfaction index or an employee satisfaction index, something of that nature. But stakeholder relationships are terribly important when one is looking at future value creation. Then let's look at expected opportunities. Changes in the external environment may render opportunities. Well, they often do. And the organization needs to disclose material opportunities with potential implications for value creation. And it shouldn't just be a superficial statement. It needs to provide a realistic view on how the organization intends to take advantage of those opportunities and to explain the effect on future performance and ability to achieve those objectives and the availability of the capitals. And then also it should disclose information about the overall approach to maximizing opportunities and innovation. Pick n Pay is a retailer, operates in South Africa and some countries north of South Africa in Africa and also in Australia. But they do this really nicely, where they look at growth opportunities in the South African market, and they divide that market into 3 areas: the less affluent market, the middle market, and then the affluent market. And they talk about what the opportunities are in each of those areas and how they expect to take advantage of those opportunities. They also then show you the short-term consumer outlook and the long-term consumer outlook. So really helpful in creating a nice or enabling the reader of the report to get a picture of where the organization is going into the future. Now, I want to dwell on innovation for a moment, because we live in a world that is changing so rapidly, and innovation is really the lifeblood of organizations. And at this very moment with COVID-19, we are seeing how organizations having to be agile and change their business models, etc. So innovation is so important. Now, the international framework talks about this, and it says that boards or those charged with governance should drive innovation in organizations. And it's interesting, if you look at the Nedbank report from last year, and it's particularly good when it comes to the governance section. And you can see how the Nedbank board is moving away from a compliance mindset to one where it uses its governance to drive value creation. And it's driving a number of areas, one of which is innovation. And it says in its report, and talks about it, but it says our board is aware of its growing role in innovation governance and the strategic importance of innovation to create sustainable value. If an organization, if you can get this kind of information in the report, it really gives you confidence about the way that they're looking at the future. And then expectations and assumptions. And the information paper says a realistic outlook assessment involves research, interpretation, and analysis of data. And it goes on to say assumptions need to be robust, supported by disclosure of lead indicators, sensitivity analyses, scenarios, trend analyses, and credible information sources. And it goes on to say that the organization should make a distinction between those controllable and uncontrollable factors, and it should explain the process involved in setting assumptions. So let's look at an example. Sasol is a chemical company that operates in a number of countries around the world, quoted on the South African Stock Exchange, on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, And they do this quite nicely, where they, on the one hand, look at growing population, higher living standards, which they believe will lead to increased demand for chemicals, heating oil into the future. But then they look at the mounting environmental pressure, which is going to have an impact on the organization going into the future. And they identify the global expectations for a cleaner world. They believe that fossil fuels will continue to dominate the energy mix for the next 15 to 20 years, but they concede that it's going to be very difficult to get finance for that energy mix. Then you go on and look at their strategy, short, medium, and long term, and you can see how the organization wants to move away from fossil fuels, more towards chemicals and cleaner energy going into the future. To me, scenarios are extremely important in a world that's changing so rapidly. And I don't think we see enough of them. But Nedbank in its report last year did a really nice scenario picture. Obviously, the economic situation has a major impact on organizations. And so in trying to project the future of the South African economy became very difficult, or is very difficult. So they said, we're going to look at 3 scenarios, and they named them after our president, Cyril Ramaphosa. The first one, Rama reality, the second one, Ramaphoria, and the third one, Ramaphobia. So looking at those different scenarios, what would their strategies be in those cases? Really nice disclosure and helpful in making assessments about outlook. Then sensitivity analysis, and this from Redefine. They look at issues outside management's control and the sensitivity to those issues, things like exchange rates, interest rates, etc. So you can measure, or you can see the impact that it could have on the organization. What can they absorb and what can't they absorb? So as a reader, you can make your own assessments about it. Now, we've talked a lot about connectivity today, and connectivity is so important, especially connecting those items in the content items in the integrated report. But connectivity is also important when connecting performance with targets and future targets. So the information paper says organizations should give a comparison of actual performance with stated targets, differentiating between those controllable and uncontrollable factors. And it goes on to say it should provide insight into the links between past and current performance with future expectations. Vodacom, which is a technology company, cell phone company that operates in South Africa and in several other countries within Africa, does this really nicely. You can see here their strategies. What was the performance in 2018? What was the performance in 2019? And then looking at KPIs for 2020, where it is going. So you can see the past connected with the present, connected with the future. Now, I said to you earlier on that organizations often don't have a section on Outlook, because Outlook appears throughout the report. But some organizations actually like to do a summary and then cross-reference it to where you can find the detailed information in the report. And Redefine does this. You can see there's a short overview, and then you can go to those various pages in the report to pick up more information. Well, what I've done is I've given you an overview. I started with a quote from Professor Mervyn King on the quality integrated report. And then hopefully what I've shown you is how organizations build that Outlook information in their integrated reports and how they use the Outlook information to complete the value creation story. And I've also hopefully helped you to understand how organizations answer that question about Outlook that we see in the international framework. At the bottom of the page is that link to that information paper, which I used as a basis for my presentation. So if you didn't get it down, hopefully you can get it now. And I guess that would be me. Thank you if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. Terry. I think, Graham, that was a fantastic insight into Outlook, and it gave us an incredible amount of information in a very short space of time. I really appreciate it. I've got quite a few questions here that you'll be answering as well. But I just want to ask the panelists if they could please put their videos on again, because their videos are off in preparation for the panel discussion while I ask you these questions. I'm also going to open the poll in terms of how people are seeing the event so far. So I'm just going to get it up, and I'm launching the poll now. But a question to you, Prof. Terry, from Dorette Neertlem. Outlook information is very often seen by the JSE as a forward-looking information with its own set of rules attached to it. But how does one balance between the two factors without adding an additional burden to the company, so the JSE and the integrated report?
Well, quite frankly, I don't think that the kind of information that the organization is presenting is really transgressing those requirements, because they're giving you a picture of the external environment, which is information which is presumably available to everybody, but they're just contextualizing it for themselves. Their strategy is the short, medium, and long term, which is something that you would hope that they would disclose, and the risk and opportunity. So they're actually not coming close, in my view, to transgressing those regulations. They're giving you information which helps you to make a better decision around the outlook of the organization.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Graham. And Owen says, what is your view on continuity in integrated reporting from one year to the next? So he's just giving a context. He says, in his view, there is still insufficient acknowledgement of this continuity. The time dimension requires year by year, but we need better continuity and integration over a longer period of time. There's also temporal silo reporting, not just function or activity. So from your perspective, the continuity of integrated reporting from one year to the next?
Well, I think there, what is extremely important, as I mentioned earlier, is that organizations should be giving their KPIs and so on, and they shouldn't just disregard those. They should come back in the following year and look at those KPIs and see whether they've been achieved and talk about that continuity. So I think it's extremely important that they do that. But there's always the temptation, if things turn sour, to forget about what you said last year. But continuity is critical, that past, current, into the future, that connectivity is incredibly important.
Thanks, Graham. And then this, sorry, Roy, and this is really strengthening the case for diversity on boards. And how do you, from your perspective, get corporate South Africa to move away from the same old, and get different voices onto boards that can look through different lenses?
I think that's terribly important. And I think that what we've seen now with COVID-19, I believe is going to have a major impact on the types of people that sit on boards. Because I think a lot of the buddy-buddy system has applied in the past, that people with similar outlooks, etc. But given the way forward, because I think things are going to change dramatically. So you need different people, you need different mindsets, you need people to be able to read what is going on. So I mean, I fully agree with that comment. And I think if you look at boards, and to be honest with you, if I look at a board and I see that a lot of people that come out of the same mold, and I question the ability of that board to really deal with issues in an imaginative way and really create value. And I think that this challenge that's been thrown at us now is going to change mindsets.
And this is a question from the sideline, but do you have an example of a not-for-profit board that you often cite as an example?
I don't have an example at the moment, but I mean, I could look for one if somebody would like that.
Okay, great. So maybe you can just comment on the response. But the last question is Sherelle saying most companies are moving away from a 5-year forecast outlook budget. The outlook in the integrated report is going to challenge most companies to shift back to this method of forward looking. How can we encourage companies to embrace this forward-looking focus? And there are other questions. How do we? There are other questions on this matter. How do we incentivize companies to start using this kind of reporting and embracing this way of thinking?
Well, I think what I try to show is how important it is to look at the short, medium, and long term, and how organizations need to position themselves to be able to deal with things. They need to be agile, but they also need to be looking at different scenarios going forward. And again, COVID-19 has come about. Many organizations are going to fail because of it. But if, as I showed you in that table, there was information out there that showed that there was a high risk for this to hit the world. And there are other risks that are out there at the moment where organizations seem to take a short-term view. It's not going to happen, etc. But there are also opportunities that flow from it, as I mentioned earlier on. And quite often I talk about these opportunities in the food market, for example, where organizations, if they really looked at the risks and opportunities for them to find niches where they can actually expand where they're operating and to take advantage of those opportunities. So, I think that people are going to change mindsets, and those that do not change are not going to stick around.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Graham. I really appreciate your time. I'm going to move across to the panel now. And first of all, I'd like to just introduce the panel. Very fortunately, we have Charles Tilley here from the UK. Just going to ask Charles to start his video. Welcome, Charles. We also have Suresh Khanna, who is chair of the King Committee. We have got Roy Anderson, who's chair of many committees and companies. Mohammed Adam, who is corporate legal counsel at ArcelorMittal. Pami Natasan, who's our CEO of the Institute of Directors in South Africa, and Karen Ayrton, who gives us excellent insight in terms of the sustainability side of things, and she's an independent advisor at Sustainability Matters. So if I can pass on to the panel, what I'd like to ask the panel, first of all, is the first question before I take and I ask questions from the audience. But if I could just ask, and maybe starting with you, Pami, specific insights that you've got from these presentations and the Q&A that's happening that you would like to talk to and to address. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn. I think, so the one thing, so there's been a lot of useful information shared today, and I think for myself as a preparer of an integrated report as well, it's just really, really good to hear all these examples. I think the one thing that stood out for me earlier was this concern around whether small business can realistically be expected to do an integrated report. And I think just some observations from me on that is, I think, so you have to start somewhere with this thing. You have to buy into the benefits that it's going to bring the organization, and not just do it because you're doing it because you have to tick a box or because somebody expects you to. And I think for me, it was literally what Lee said. It was start by reading the framework, understand the content elements, get help. I spoke to a lot of people. I read lots of papers. I looked at lots of examples. The one thing is we need to be realistic about, and we use the term proportionality in King 4. It's also not necessary for a small business to think they're going to be able to do an integrated report like a large listed company with many more human and financial resources. And I often also advise, and I see it with other professional bodies, is start somewhere, even if you can't get it all right immediately. And take your stakeholders along with you on that journey. Explain to them that you've done a lot of in-depth work into certain sections, and certain sections you may look at further in the following integrated report or whatever the case is. I think, the business model for me and some of the statements around that in terms of inputs, outputs, outcomes, I really think for me it was so beneficial for my understanding of my organization to go through that exercise. And once you really delve into it, you start thinking differently and you start making decisions differently. And it goes back to that point of integrated thinking versus integrated reporting. I certainly, as much as I am, in the company of many learned people, I certainly don't think I was thinking the same before I had gone through this 4-month exercise of doing my integrated report. I think there'll be many things I do and think differently in my business now that I've gone through the exercise.
Thanks, Palmy. Thanks very much. Charles, are you online? Can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much for joining us. And it looks like a beautiful sunny day in the UK there.
It is a lovely day, yeah, and the birds are singing. It's perfect.
Lovely. And you got lots of information from the event. What stood out for you so far, and what advice can you give us?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to join your panel. I think it's been a really, really excellent colloquium. I've heard some brilliant presentations. I won't pick out on any of them. They were just all positioned things very, very well indeed. But just to pick up on some of the points that were made, I mean, I think that the overall ambition of what we're trying to do is to demonstrate, and this is really important today, I think, that business is a force for good. And in that regard, business needs to work with governments around the world, and together we can do the sort of things like implementing the SDGs. Neither government nor business alone can do these sort of things. So really important, and COVID-19 is really emphasizing that more than ever. And I think the demands of society from business are going to be much greater moving forward. So that would be my first point. I think the way then to look at integrated reporting, and there's been a lot of talk about integrated thinking as well, is that it is about organizations telling their story, but first and foremost, it's about a well-run company, and you can't tell a good story if you're not a well-run company. So the framework is brilliant from a governance and risk management perspective. It's brilliant, I think, actually, from a running the organization perspective. I've used the business model concepts and then the integration of the KPIs and so forth in many organizations, both as a CEO and as a non-executive director. And it really helps you focus on what really matters. The key strategic issues, the key relationships, and the key risks. I think then that people say, well, it's all very difficult to get into and so forth. And a point which I would want to emphasize is that business is complex, and the idea that you can then think and integrated thinking is suddenly going to be simple is just not realistic, and nor is the reporting. You need to really focus on this as a key thing to do. I mean, if I give you an example of when I was running a company of about 70 million revenues, every year I would spend about 2 weeks of the year as the CEO working with the CFO to get the right metrics around our business model so that we were incentivizing people in the right way. That's difficult. And the idea it's something simple is wrong. It's worth, but the reason it's worth doing is because A, you want a successful business, and B, you want to cut through that complexity, and this gives you that focus. And I think I would also say that as the previous panelist mentioned, this works for any organization. I've used this on £5 million revenue organizations, right through to multi-billion pound organizations. So it's really, really important. And then I think my final point would be, there's been reference to Chief Value Officer. I've been doing a lot of work with IFAC, where I chaired their Accountancy and Business Committee, and we've been focusing on the future role of the accountant and the CFO in particular. And I think if the CFO wants to remain relevant to driving forward successful businesses, they need to move into this value position, being the chief value officer. And in fact, you know, I think, you know, what I've been hearing talking to CEOs is what they want now is not the financial director. They want the co-pilot, if you like, of the organization, and that is typically the CFO, and so the CVO. And actually, just one final point, and you've got it in South Africa, which is brilliant, but actually the whole concept of regulation and assurance to get trusted information, balanced and fair information is also really important. So I'm sorry I've gone on a bit, but it was driven by some really great speaking. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Charles. Then maybe moving to Roy, because you are on the other end of the JSE listed companies. From your perspective, is there something that stood out from you, and also given what Charles was saying?
I think what was reinforced for me was some of the motherhoods. Coming at it from the board and the chairman's point of view, the responsibilities are very clear. And, you know, the motherhood of, is there an absolute understanding of what the purpose of the company is? And is there alignment between the board and the executives? Do we agree on our stakeholders and what their issues are? Do we agree on the capitals and their interrelationships? And do we understand the environmental and social issues? And is there consensus? Because I often find on boards, these issues are dealt with on paper, but they're not really thrashed out before the integrated thinking is progressed. And unless you have a firm foundation, you're not going to have integrated thinking, and you're not going to have the integrated report. So that's what was reinforced as I listened to the excellent speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Roy. And Suresh, I see you nodding your head to that.
Yeah, you know, I suppose that's exactly right what Roy said. I sit on a number of boards, and that's critical, you know. And I think, you know, and particularly the role of the chair in these in organizations, from a governance perspective, if that's where leadership should be starting, to sort of say, you know, how do we get the right messaging across? Are we conducting the organization and doing business on an integrated thinking basis, rather than just, you know, this is an end report we've got to get to. Now, I suppose the things that matter to me in this context is integrated reporting, as a number of speakers this morning have emphasized. We've done very, very well over the past couple of years. It's a journey that started in South Africa, as we're all aware. And it is one of the critical reports. I think Lee mentioned this that it's the first document you should read about a company, because it gives you the holistic picture of what the organization is about. Now, we've done very well as a country in this regard. I think you've seen Professor Bob Eccles' report that puts us, that kind of last year said that we were the kind of most progressed in terms of integrated reporting, but we can't rest there. There's a lot still to be done. And I agree with what Roy says. We've got to take back all the basic principles. And once we've made progress, have we entrenched them to the right level within organizations? Is the thinking there in terms of how we run organizations? The concept of a chief value officer is an evolving one. And I think, but we need to get there. The points that Graham has made around Outlook, Outlook is still dealt with very, very poorly in most integrated reports. And I think that's very, very valuable. So, you know, just sort of in summary, I would say, you know, very good content so far, and you know, look forward to some of the more questions, and you know, we should do this more often.
Great, thanks, Suresh. And before I get to Mohammed, if I could just stop with Karen now, because one of the key things is this outlook is really sustainability. So from your perspective, Karen, what stood out from the presentation so far, and what kind of advice could you give at this point?
Thanks, Carolyn. I think that, you know, the issue of environmental issues and climate change came out in a number of presentations. But I think for me, what they don't capture and what is perhaps missing in many things is an understanding of the complexity and the interconnectedness. we talk about 6 different forms of capital, but you can't separate social and environmental capital. They are reinforcing issues. They are things that underpin the ability to generate economic capital and business value. And when these are dealt with as sort of separate capitals and without the understanding of the interconnectedness, one misses some of the value. So I've recently been the lead author on a paper, a technical paper written for the National Treasury, looking at climate-related risk. And one of the issues is disclosure around climate-related financial disclosure. So, you know, what are the financial implications for the economy, for companies, for financial sector, for insurance companies, for pension funds, et cetera, and the level of complexity is quite extraordinary, and there is going to be a future tension between the need for integrated reporting that is concise and materiality focused, and the need for depth and detail and understanding of the complexity. It links also to the issue that's come up a few times about who's sitting on the board. One of the European Union working groups that was dealing with these issues recently put forward the notion that we need to make sure that the board is equipped to deal with some of these complex issues. So we've dealt a lot in the recent past with, are there sufficient accountants, numerous people sitting on boards, are there people that can deal with ethics, et cetera, but we don't necessarily look across the social sciences or the environmental sciences. So one of those issues came out for me. And I think, yes, indeed, the outlook, the long-term perspective is one of sustainability, and are we delivering it? Can we deliver it? Certainly, I think integrated reporting goes many steps down the route towards bringing together all of these various disciplines and encouraging boards to think in a multidisciplinary and systemic fashion. But there is still a long way to go, I think.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. And from your perspective, Mohammed, being one of those organizations, and from a legal counsel perspective.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. The presentations were very, very interesting. There are a number of points that stood out for me. The one I want to deal with is the issue or the question that was raised around, is this around being in a socialist economic model, or is it a capitalist model, and where are we moving to? 2 points I want to make, and I'll clarify the points. The first is, if we look at what good governance entails, it's about mindful application to the matters before the leadership. And you can't have mindful application if you are not thinking across depth and breadth of issues that face you. So by implication, mindful application is about integrated thinking, regardless of the economic model you fit into. The second point I want to make is, if you then look at the kind of model, and yeah, I'm talking about the stakeholder model that the company fits into, or the values of the company. Dr. Robertson referred to the slide where she talks about shareholder value, shared value, or system value, or you can talk about the stakeholder inclusive model or the enlightened shareholder model. My view is, depending on which model you're in, I think it improves the quality and sustainability of the integrated thinking process, and ultimately the decisions that are made. So on the first point, if we take, what is influencing how we lead at the moment? Again, forget the economic model you're in. And in the King report, Professor King talks about the inclusive capitalism, but we can ignore that for now. What is influencing how we lead? It's issues like climate change, whether we like it or not, whether we believe it or not. When there's inclement weather, when there's floods that prevent supply chains from supplying goods to the organization, from the organization getting its goods out, When we talk about social issues, if you look at communities that are in poverty, if the workforce is unable to get transported to work, there are implications for the organization. I can recall a long time ago when HIV/AIDS was still a major risk in South Africa, a number of companies started investing in drugs for HIV, AIDS, were investing in numerous support programs for employees. And whether that was an altruistic act or it was based on the fact that if you didn't do this, you're not going to have a workforce to come to work and keep the company viable, does not matter. The point is you needed to think across only internal things that affect the company and think about external forces that impact the company as well. You need to look at risk as you deliberate at the board level. And the issue of scarce resources is also an important issue. So what I'm saying is whatever the business model, if you are not thinking in an integrated fashion, then I don't think you're applying good governance in leading your organization. The second point is the approach, and whether it's a stakeholder inclusive model or one that is an enlightened shareholder model, in my view, will determine the quality of the decisions you make. So let's take an example of scarce resources, and Dr. Robertson referred also to the issue of water. If you possibly in the shareholder value model, you may be approaching usage of water in a way that says, well, the organization will comply with the minimum standards of the law and no more. If you migrate to a shared value or enlightened shareholder value approach, arguably, you could then say, well, we actually need to be more efficient, because what's going to happen is if we don't use water sparingly, the costs of water are going to soar and it'll have a negative impact on the company. If you look at an approach that is based either in the stakeholder inclusive model or the model that Dr. Robertson refers to as the system value approach, one may then start looking long-term and saying that we need to start thinking about how we share this scarce resource and how as a society we make decisions around how much of water is used for food security, for manufacturing, for any other process or requirement of society. And I believe in the latter case is where you get the best quality outcomes and the best reflection of integrated thinking. It's what in the King Report we talk about, where we need to redefine success in terms of lasting positive benefits for the society, environment, and the company itself. If I can stop there for now, Caroline.
Thank you very much. We've got a question from Morgan Ramsamy for everyone. I'm just trying to get him online. But in the meantime, I've got a question here from Marissa Remy, and she's asking, let me just find it here. She's asking, how can we close the gap between integrated thinking and reporting and action? So what companies report on very often doesn't match their corporate actions and decisions. And that really talks to your point, Mohammed, around the need for, the corporate governance thinking driving that. So maybe just a question while we've got Morgan online, but just a question from Marissa Remy now to the panel. How can we close the gap between integrated thinking and reporting and tangible action? Any takers? Karen, I see you leaning forward.
Carolyn, I think that one of the issues has always been, how does one link the report to what is happening, the conversations in the boardroom, rather than responding to somebody else's set of KPIs that has been developed and issued as a framework. And I think that when the whole question of integrated reporting came forward and assurance providers were saying, well, how would we know whether we're dealing with the issues that the company considers material? Well, if there isn't evidence of those discussions taking place at the boardroom level or reports being formulated and prepared for the board members, you can tell pretty quickly that these are stories being developed for reporting. And I think that it's in that credibility process and in making sure that boards are fully engaged in the development of the report and in determining both the material issues and therefore the reports that emanate around the material issues, but also the question of stakeholders. And Roy's point earlier that, you know, it is up to the board to make sure that the right stakeholders are engaged and engaged well. And all reporting needs also to reflect the reality that the stakeholders know, as well as that from the executive perspective.
Mm. Thank you. I see. Yes, Roy.
Elaine, if I can, sorry.
I want to add one line. I think this is where the chairman comes to play as well. You know, we always say that the chairman sets the ethical tone. But one of the responsibilities that I set for myself is to say, is this integrated report reality? Is it honest? Is it transparent? And to challenge management and also the whole board to say, can we put our hand on our heart and say, this is what we're living? Because if it's not, it has no value.
Charles, I see you. Sorry, Mohammed, yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, it's an iterative process. And we said previously, I think Lee referred to it, that people should just start somewhere. So we're hoping that you're starting on a virtuous cycle where you start with your first report. And the thinking process of producing the report actually gets you to start realizing the extent of integration in the organization. And as you report on issues and stakeholders raise issues about what you say versus what you do, it should then enhance how you look at it again. So it enhances your performance and your next round of reporting. So disclosure and transparency is the first step, and hopefully that leads to a virtuous cycle of better reporting and therefore better performance as you proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Charles, I hear you there.
Yeah,
yes?
just, I mean, building on what the first three panelists have said, I think that, you know, one has to emphasize the importance of board responsibility for all of what is integrated reporting and what flows up to the integrated report. And I think that doesn't happen in many countries around the world. And I would also say that, you know, a really important issue is assurance. And if we're going to get to external assurance, I think one of the ways that that can be done, or a good starting point in terms of how you assure an integrated report, is saying, you know, is what the board is discussing and what the management information scorecard looks like consistent with the integrated report? And if it is, then you're on a, you know, you're starting, and there is alignment between the external story and the internal reporting.
Thank you, Charles. Morgan, you have a question for the panel. Hi.
Hi. Thank you so much, Carolyn, and thank you for having me on. My name is Morgan Ramsamy. I run a management consulting business called IQ Africa. Professor King, you're one of the sages of corporate governance worldwide. And from your mouth this morning, IFRS speak has become incomprehensible to 95% of people. And I think you said something similar about sustainability reporting. And Lee Roberts alluded to the fact that the way financial information is presented is highly indigestible to people. Mark Hoffman was on the same path of we're looking future, but IFRS and US GAAP and all of that is looking historically. So I'm sure that you and other people on the panel very much appreciate the cost and the time and the absolute energy that we as accountants put into preparing these reports. And then the auditors come along and further put energy in auditing them. My question to you all is, why all this effort? You know, has it protected us in the past to report like this? I venture not, if you look at our stunning corporate failures. So is integrated reporting the answer? And secondly, how do we as accountants stay motivated when everything that we do on a daily basis and have studied 7 years and more to do is being rubbished in this way? Thank you.
Thanks, Morgan. Right.
Can I?
Yes, thanks,
Can I
Charles.
come in on this one? I mean, I think, Morgan, you touch on a really good point. And, you know, in the UK, we have something called alternative performance metrics or measures, sorry, which are absolutely, because the boards, when they're presenting their results, particularly to investors, always use actually a completely different set of measures than the ones that they put into their IFRS statements, which shows that the accounting profession has focused on making the balance sheet, which represents less and less value in terms of the actual market value of an organization. There's more and more focus on making that better and better, or more and more precise, which actually I think has made it more and more complex and less useful. This is therefore, to talk about Morgan's desire for motivation, this is a terrific opportunity for the accountancy profession, both internally within businesses, which I think they're embracing pretty well, to talk about actually how a business is creating value in all respects, and how that goes into the internal management information, how that goes into decision making. It's also a huge opportunity for advisors, and it's a huge opportunity for those providing assurance. And I've been saying this for quite a long time, and I think that is now coming forward. And IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, made similar points in one of their point of view statements earlier this year. So I think that's coming forward. And Morgan, I would hope you're motivated to drive forward with integrated reporting, which is incredibly valuable, and integrated thinking, which really supports good decision making.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Charles.
I can comment.
Yes.
I suppose, the fundamental of all this has to be ethical leadership. You can have 5 frameworks, 10 frameworks, whatever, or single frameworks. If the ethical foundation is not there at a board level, and Morgan mentions the failures we've seen, and in every one of those failures, you see that there's been some level of dishonesty, which you can't legislate for. So you've got to start with the basis of saying you've got to have an ethical framework, and that's got to be led by the board in terms of saying, this is the way this is what we stand for. And we should stay true to that principle. Now it's easier said than done, but that's got to be the framework on which we operate, because we can carry on developing frameworks, we can continue producing reports, but if we don't have that fundamental understanding of what is right and wrong, we just can't move forward. And I'd like to believe that with all the work that we've done through King, the King reports, the King codes, that because we have buttressed the reports on that fundamental principle of ethical leadership. And we're saying if that works, and you have a board that is competent, that has that applies its mind in a mindful way to the issues that are at hand, that's what matters. What comes out of that process, and a lot of decision making, is going to be based on that. If you don't have that starting point right, then I think you can carry on developing reports, and they will have no credibility. And in an age of where information is democratized through social media, and that, you're going to pick reputational issues up very, very quickly if you continue on that basis.
So that leads very well into the next question from Gula Ara from Turkey. So she's saying, in addition to the financial, manufactured, intellectual, human, and social relationship and natural capitals defined in the IR framework, generally, do you think governance then should be defined as a new 7th capital? Specifically, as you say, leadership, ethical leadership. Should we have this as the 7th capital? And then she's saying, in terms of representing the inclusion of the 6 capitals in responsible, transparent, fair, and accountable value creation process. That's specifically the context of a question. Saying, in addition to the, so basically she's saying, should we have the 7th capital as governance or leadership, as an indicator of leadership of the organization? And Suresh, maybe we can just kick off with you on that one as well.
I wouldn't have a problem with having a 7th principle if it's going to help the cause. And whether we talk about integrated reporting, but reporting is an end result. I think we need to start at the thinking level. And I think if we can have that at the governance level, and have that that leadership and governance thinks about these fundamental principles of ethical leadership, good citizens being good corporate citizens, being responsible leaders, looking after the environmental issues, sustainability issues. I think it starts at that level, and if we're going to say, well, we need to add a 7th level, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Thank you. Palmy, you are in the business of developing leaders. So how would you feel about that?
So I think I actually saw the comment earlier, and I've been giving it some thought, and I think I still need to give it some more thought. My initial sense was that corporate governance, as we define it in King 4 as ethical and effective leadership, is almost one tier higher in terms of kind of setting the framework. And I think good governance, when it's practiced, will lead to so the capitals are what the business uses and what the business impacts or affects. And I don't think good governance, corporate governance is one of them. I think corporate governance is a layer higher. I think if you have good governance, though, you're going to lead to a growth in some of these capitals. So, for example, if you gain legitimacy as an organization for the practice of good governance, your social and relational capital would increase. That's was my initial thoughts on it, Carolyn.
Thanks very much, Palmy. Then Lee, I know that you were a speaker. I know that you're online. I just wanted to get your sense on it, since you've been speaking about this. Are you still online?
Yeah. No, it's not a capital. It's governance is a state of being. It's who you are. And I agree with Palmy totally. It's not a capital. The capitals are stocks of what you use and you effect. Governance is a state of being. It's like the umbrella.
Thanks. I think that gives a great...
Can I just expand a little bit on that?
Yes.
When you're saying governance, I think all of these things, we talk about quality of governance, we talk about the balanced board, skills, all of those things, aren't they very important inputs into developing, all the other capitals? Now, it may sit on the side. It may be one of those that kind of has an impact on all the capitals, but it's an important component, because if you don't have the right leadership you don't have the right diversity coming through, diversity of thought coming through, it impacts everyone. You can have every manufactured capital, you can have intellectual capital, but if you don't have the leadership that drives that in the right space, then it is maybe, as you say, maybe at a higher level or on the side, but I think it's a very, very important component.
Great, thank you. Roy, did you have anything to add to that?
No, not a tremendous amount. I agree with Lee and Palmy. I think it's an umbrella. I think that was a good description. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I think there's less of a question than a comment from Nola Richards. Governance should be an underlying principle that cuts through all the comments. So I think we've definitely got support from our audience members here. I've just got a question here from Eng. I'm just finding it now quickly. Just a second. There. So in terms of the different, Eng was saying there are different ESG global frameworks, and there's also other GRI, etc. reporting frameworks. What would make you recommend this integrated reporting over the others?
Caroline, can I chip in here? I mean,
Sure.
I think the important issue is that you cannot produce an integrated report that adequately deals with the complexity of and diverse social and social issues without understanding them in detail. However, it's not the detail that you want to publish in an integrated report. The would be what you generate through your management processes, which you might publish in a separate sustainability report or in detailed reports that would go to compliance, answering compliance requirements or specific stakeholder factors. However, the materiality of some of those issues, and there've been reminders throughout the morning of how these become material. Water, we look at COVID, we look at the response that requires water and the crisis we're in the country with water. We look at dramatic events, extreme events that can undermine the financial viability of insurance companies, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, these things are material, but it's the material aspects that one pulls up to the integrated report, not the detail. For the detail, the other ESG reporting frameworks remain essential.
It's almost an umbrella.
Yeah. It's
Mohammed, sorry.
Yes, Mohammed. Sorry, Colin.
You know.
I'm sorry.
I think we.
And then I'll come.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I mean, from my perspective, we've always talked about the integrated reporting framework being an umbrella. The reality is that you can't have standards without a framework don't work. The framework without the key metrics, the material metrics, doesn't work either, to give the context. So I think you need both.
Thank you. Yes, Mohammed?
So I just wanted to say we get this question a lot in different forms, and relating to governance generally, relating to the King 4 report as well. I think sometimes we tend to mix substance and form. And what the integrated reporting framework guidelines are about is, this is guidance as to the best way an organization can tell its value creation story. The board can then decide, in terms of the principles, how it wants to tell that story, which guiding documents are relevant to tell the story, which ones it wants to use. So the debate about, you know, should it be GRI or the framework, and, you know, there's many guidance. I think we should be careful, because what we're getting into is a form debate rather than one of substance. And the substance is transparency, you know, the principles, the guiding principles are there, the content elements are there. And I think boards, and we're back to the governance issue about ethical and effective leadership is about applying your mind and making the decisions based on all the best practice guidelines that you have.
Thank you, Mohammed. Are there any other points that the panelists would like to make before a final question? Not at this stage. I think the final question then is around the capitals, and it comes from my heart, not my question though. IT, being information and technology in terms of the way of thinking of IT. But where does IT fit in? It's almost like we spoke about innovation. It's in there, it's pervasive, but how do we report on IT matters? Because it's becoming critical. I mean, COVID-19 has shown that, you know, technology is now almost like a utility, as water and power are. So how do we report on the organization's embracing of technology in moving forward in the integrated report? Is it a manufactured, is it a intellectual capital? Where does it live? Thank you. Who's the first one to take that one?
Carolyn, is this not one of those where it crosses over? And, you know, it does touch both the infrastructure aspects and the manufactured capital aspects, but it also is very clearly one of intellectual capital, because you can have all the infrastructure you like, but if you aren't able to apply it in the solutions and the value creation part of the business, you won't achieve your ends.
Thank you.
I think that's that covers one aspect very well indeed. I think the other aspect, and one which I think we're going to be asked to look at more and more at the IRC, is actually the technology around the actual reporting itself. And, you know, are we going to be moving to more and more of real-time reporting? I mean, one has a situation where you've got investors probably in many cases know more about a company than the board does, and more quickly, as a consequence of the information they get from the social media and so forth. So how is that information brought into the company, and how does the company align its reporting to what investors know from other sources? So those are really challenging issues. I don't have the answer to it, but I think they're things that we need to be alive to, and certainly at the IRC, it'll be something that we'll be putting on our agenda.
Thank you. Suresh, I see you nodding your head there.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I think we've got to try and see how we can use technology better in reporting, getting more frequent reporting, because we have annual reporting at the moment, and at most quarterly or 6 monthly reporting, and it's all kind of, the way we do it is all kind of very fixed PDF kind of formats. We need to actually get into some more flexible kind of way of reporting and more up-to-date continuous reporting. So I think that's a major evolution that we've got to go through.
Just a final word, Roy, from your side. Yes, I was going to ask.
I just want to add 2 different points. Your point about IT is well made, but it did trigger another question in my mind. Are the boards capacitated to deal with IT? Is the skills base there? And I've certainly looked on the boards that I've chaired about restructuring the board to be able to do that. But so it's just triggered another point. The timing of the issuing of the integrated report. So my question is, who actually reads it? Because the analysts are too busy. They get the company's results. They might go to a results presentation if there is one. And then the integrated report follows. So by the time it comes out, it gets filed. It collects dust. So I think our challenge must be to almost produce real-time integrated reports, or very current ones that coincide with the year end. Otherwise, they're just becoming historic documents, and the number of people who read it are a limited number of people who want to research the company.
Right. It's a very good point to end on. And I think it's a food for thought that we all need to take home with us and actually put some real thought into that. Is how do we, a friend of mine was mentioning that he went to a presentation. It was a 1,000-page integrated report for a listed company. Okay, it's a large company, the material issues, but 1,000 pages, really. We complain bitterly at that when we go to board meetings with packs that are smaller than that. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you for the panel discussion. I really appreciate it, and making the time to join us and to join the event. And I'd like to hand over now to Professor King to give us our closing remarks. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Karen. And as patron of the GGA, may I say how delighted I am at the concept both national and international institutions, business schools, universities have accepted the principle that we are dealing with matters of public interest. And this is not a matter of a competition of one business school against another. These are public interest issues which need to be shared on the SDG 17 principle of collaboration and cooperation. And that's the principle on which the GGA was founded. And I've used the instrument of my connection with all these bodies to get them to contribute, and they have. And I think today is evidence of the huge success of sharing information on a collaborative basis. So as patron of the GGA, I need to say a few thank yous. Thank you very much to our 4 presenters. The presentations were excellent. Even to experienced practitioners, preparers, and users, I think we all learned things today. And so thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you very much to our program director, Carolyn. Thank you for your excellent job. Thank you to the WITS Business School team who assisted you as well in doing all this. And as a professor of the WITS Business School, I'm proud of their association with the GGA. And may I also thank the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, SAICA, for their support of the GGA. And you will, in the not too distant future, hear about another association between the GGA and SAICA and WITS University, which is about matters of public interest. So to Morgan, let me just say to her that the subtitle of my book, Chief Value Officer, is Accountants Can Save the Planet. Because I really believe that accountants of all the professions have this public interest training. And I've seen as an advisor in C-suites that when these different heads, sustainability director, the CEO, the COO, the CFO, comes together, it is the accountant who is the true change maker in that C-suite, because he or she has an understanding of this value creation process and has had to move the mindset away from its training of this financial capital model to an integrated model. The other point I want to make is that reporting has become outcomes-based, that the Sustainable Development Goals are outcomes-based, that the governance of companies should therefore be outcomes-based. And if you look at the King 4 report, the core of it is about integrated thinking. And one cannot have a mindless checklist approach to governance. It has to be a mindful, outcomes-based approach so that directors actually, in making a business judgment call, can ask the question, what kind of effect or impact is it having on the 4 critical outcomes which we mentioned in the report of value creation in a sustainable manner, ethical and effective leadership, informed oversight, and trust and confidence by the community in which the company operates with legitimacy of operations. And if one gets that right in any organization, then stakeholders can look in and see and should draw the reasonable conclusion that you've been practicing quality governance. So governance is critical to the future, and governance is going to be a critical issue over the next 2 years in this coronanomics crises, which we are suffering at the moment. On the question of the different framework providers, I made a speech in London about a year ago in which I said it amounts to a social outrage that there are framework providers who see themselves as competitors when they're actually dealing with common public interest issues. And that's one of the reasons we at the IRC, when I was still chairman, now chairman emeritus, we formed, and Charles is the CEO now, IRC, the Corporate Reporting Dialogue, to get these different ESG bodies together and to get them talking to see if we could get a convergence of these ESG in the ESG cluster, and to improve comparability as well in reporting. And all I want to say with my various other hats on, that progress is being made in that direction. As I said earlier, very difficult to make progress for statutory and political reasons in the financial cluster arena. But if a company reports a financial statement according to IFRS in this part of the world and does a sustainability report in terms of GRI standards, let's say, and leaves it at that, in my judgment, the board has failed in its duty of accountability. Because compared with the knowledge of the board, who meets, let's say, 6 times a year and is informed about what's happening inside a company, the average stakeholder is an uninformed stakeholder. And the board needs to apply its collective mind to understanding the financial reports, understanding the sustainability reports, taking out knowledge from this massive information that's coming through the internet, and take out material matter defined as that which is having an effect on the 3 critical dimensions for sustainable development: the economy, the environment, and society. And take out those material matters and put them not in IFRS speak, not in GRI speak, but in clear, concise, and understandable language, as we say in the IR framework report, and then deal, as Graham Terry pointed out, with the challenges and uncertainties from an outlook point of view of a company has to meet to achieve its business model and its strategic direction. On that basis, in reading that report, the trustee of your pension fund, the financial directors of financial institutions can make much more informed assessments of what is happening about a company. And therefore, I believe that a board that doesn't do that, doesn't apply its mind to this integration of this massive information and simplifying it in clear, concise, and understandable language, is failing in its duty of accountability, because the average stakeholder there is uninformed, finds the financial statements incomprehensible, and now on the ESG cluster side, it's becoming so complicated. So you can have a report from GRI, you can have a report TCFD, you can have a report on carbon emissions, et cetera, and the user has got to decide what is material. And yet the board who's most informed should be telling them to discharge the duty of accountability. While we're dealing, as I said in my introduction, with the survival of companies, both big and small, during this coronanomics crisis, there's a gathering storm, and that storm is climate change. And it's not stopping. It doesn't stop during this crisis. It's accelerating. And yet, some people still think it's tomorrow's problem. But there's evidence that it is today's problem. And the evidence is in Delhi, for example, blue skies for the first time in 30 years. In January this year, I happened to be on the southeast coast of Australia, and I was there with the bushfires. Put the fires out, and the next day it's 44 degrees, and the roots start flaming again. So it's a reality. And I saw it with my own eyes, that for 3 weeks, difficulty in breathing in that atmosphere, in the air quality, black skies instead of blue skies. So it was an extraordinary real-life experience to show how climate change, a 3 degrees centigrade increase in temperature, let's say in 3 years' time, is going to envelop humanity. The pandemic and the coronanomics crises, as I've described it, we are dealing with it. The virus we deal with by social distancing, with self-isolation, with hygiene issues, with masks. All I want to say, in regard to climate change, masks are not going to help. Social distancing will not help. Self-isolation is not going to help, because it's going to envelop humanity. And therefore, boards today have to think not only short-term about survival in this crisis situation, but have to continue thinking in the long term about how they, for example, incorporate the SDGs into which are pertinent to their business, into their business model and their strategy, because they're going to need that in 3 years' time for that company to actually thrive in a climate changed environment. So complicated situation, but at the core of all this, I believe, are the principles of integrated thinking and doing an integrated report. And so I want to thank everybody who's been party to this. And I'm proud that the GGA has brought international and national bodies together. This will be on the website of the GGA. And also, the GGA will do a précis of the presentations and the panelists' comments. I want to thank all the panelists for their presence. And that précis will go to our support members, which are international, as I tried to describe it to you, and national. Our second colloquium went to 2.2 million people. I think this will go to about 2.5 million people around the world. That's aspirant accountants, practicing accountants, aspirant lawyers, practicing lawyers, directors of companies, because the Institute of Directors is one of our support members. So thank you very much, everybody. And I believe this was a most worthwhile morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Prof. King. And I hope you all have a wonderful day further and that this has been very informative. And if you have any comments, please like our Facebook page, place comments there. The YouTube channel has got this live stream, so you can have a look at the video there. And then, of course, go to the GGA website, as Professor King mentioned, and there you can join the community for all of these presentations as well as the past colloquia. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.